All right, I am going to wait for people to join, and if you are watching this on a replay, just look at the transcript and see where I start speaking. I will be right back. I should type this. I am going to make a coffee at 1 a.m. That will keep me up. Coffee. So I will be right back in like 5 minutes. I'm going to pin this message and I'm going to put on this white noise and I will be again right back. All right. So, did you guys hear that video, the audio that I posted? Just because Joe has had somebody ghostwrite his book that did try to alter or hide timelines, it doesn't mean that he didn't get to an honest spot with Joe, but he fucking exploited that state out of Joe, out of getting that. That's what he did. And that sucks. I wish that Joe was rich because then, no one would be controlling him in any kind of way. And I don't want anyone to control him. I don't want it. I'm thinking about this for real, just like I did with Danny before Danny even passed. It's like, we want to do good. We want to do something worthwhile, not have it exploited either. And now Jason's trying to make it look like two of the killers are already dead. Danny wasn't one of the killers at all. And if they just want to put that out to make a lot of money, then they're going to lose a lot of money. So, okay. And that money will be spent to actually help Kurt Cobain. Maybe that's the way that Danny actually is spirit, and what he did here could actually help this case. People lying about him, and then us taking their money source and then doing something a lot better with it for Kurt Cobain and Joe Burns and Harvey and Kurt's family and friends, rather than for some media shark and his career and the careers of those attached to him as online sleuths, as he puts it. I don't even know what that word means, but it sounds rude. He's like, you're on no moral high ground here, Zach. Are you serious? You're the one that wrote a whole book and said it was a diary of a woman that got killed, and the family sued you because you most absolutely certainly lied about it. Let's just not acknowledge that. Okay, you're right. That was sarcasm. You got to say it because they don't understand. Anything you say, they will and can use against you. Anyway. No, yeah, I'm not allowed to talk about my case of Sarah Silverman or Courtney Love and Tom Grant seeing the body if I work with you know who. What good is that going to be then? I guess it'll be great. I get to get my face out there and people know who I am, but I'm in this for not me. Not this part of my YouTube channel is not for me. Not only because of what I've been driven to do ever since 2014 when Soaked in Bleach came out. So I guess you can say Michelle and I were in the same boat as that, was watching it and feeling like, I should do something. But I don't want to change the information I give out that I know is true once I get monetized. That would be so stupid. But a lot of the channels are going along with having that be done to them. I mean, if you start your own monetized channel over something like ASMR, where people aren't trying to compete against you with a book or something with information, then you're fine. But if you have a monetized channel and you're talking about a cold case and trying to put out information about it, there's people in the media that are writing books that are like vultures over the situation, over the case. And so that's why I'm starting my second channel. It's not going to be a branch out of this one. Kind of is, but not related to true crime, because I've spent too much time focusing on true crime. And I need something else. I need like to feel like a fresh start is happening in my life. So I called my second channel Forever Nostalgic, because I love 90s and 80s and even before and early 2000s nostalgia. Like I have a full folder with like just nostalgic stuff and everything. So I just want to put a lot of videos together like that, as well as I do with the Kurt Cobain case or any other case. I'm not really an investigator. I've investigated the Cobain case and Isaac Kappy case and other things, but I mean, that's an independent researcher. It's nothing official. The only thing I really have of my own is all this video work I've done. Going back as far as 2004, before AI even existed, at least for us. And so it sucks when people say, oh, you're using AI, you're just an AI artist. I've literally been making like photo edits and videos way before this stuff came out. I got really good at all these photo editor apps and programs that were even on a desktop computer before I even had a cell phone. I got really good at it. I remember back in the day where you had to literally crop out on your own the image and you couldn't put it through AI to cut it out. You had to do it yourself and you had to be really careful. I still do that sometimes. Now I just use a mixture of my own skills with the photo editor apps and video ones. And I incorporate some AI too, because it helps. And why not use it if it helps? I could do everything without it, but it would, well, I can't do those video things without it where you animate a video of an image. That's cool to do with the AI. You can make that's what I do. I make my own image. I spend like hours on it sometimes. And that, like using photo editing apps, not AI apps. And then you just make it come to life with an AI app after, and it's really cool. Then you put it in your filmmaker and you edit it how you like it. You cut something out if there's something you need to cut out, you put music over top of it, you add effects over top of the video. But literally, I spent hours and hours making photos. I literally have, and I still do, without the AI apps doing it. So it sucks when you have some work that's AI, or even a bunch of it, but it's all mixed together, and people just want to say, oh, this is all AI. Hey, Bob Zombie. Nice to see you again, actually. We have like the frequent people here that are like just a big group of people, and it's good. I'm kind of stoned. I remember Elizabeth, Chloe, Bob, Chuck, who we call Mud, and Alana, and Grunge Star, and Elvis Cobain. Yeah, right? That AI, when I first generated it and I seen it, I'm like, holy shit. Like, I just made him come alive right there like a zombie. And it's like, I feel like that's symbolic to what we're doing by doing that. Like, we're making the information come to life, the information that he would want us to know. And it's like, represents that coming back. And most people just see a video and they're like, oh, whatever, or they get offended. They don't think with a creative mind. Right? And I've had dreams with him in here. And it sucks because I wish I could prove to my dreams, like, to people. I know we can connect consciously and have a dream together. That's a way to do that. It's literally as easy as knowing somebody's face and vibe and name and calling out to them when you're in the out of body state, out of your third dimension body state, and consciously elsewhere, traveling around and just being. And it sucks now that, Chris Todd exploited that really vulnerable moment with Joe to get him to admit that. And then he twists or tries to hide the narrative of what actually happened from Thursday. And so people just think he's lying and getting Joe to lie about everything. That's not a good experience that's happening currently. He exploited Joe's vulnerability to get that recording. And I don't want it to be like something like Danny and I wanted to do something good before we knew the time was up, before our lives are over. Just do something good with this. And Joe's doing that, but we got to stop the people exploiting him with money and by manipulating him to hide the timeline and hide what actually fully went down. And getting him into a vulnerable position where he will open up about what happened in the basement, just so that you can have that really good thing that actually is what happened, that's true, but then lie about other things and cover other things up. That's not what should have happened in this situation with Joe Burns. But it's what's happening currently. And it's going to happen tomorrow, too. And the next day, and the next day, unless we stop them. If Joe was a millionaire, he wouldn't need those people to control him in any way or manipulate him. He could just never fucking talk to them. I think I want to go over some more audio of Mark Lanigan again. I really want to know like how he grew up more, like the early chapters that we kind of skipped on. Let's see.
Chapter 3. Seduced, fucked. Baby, can you lend me $1.50? When are you ever gonna have your own money? She screeched. Here, take it, you scumbag. You'll just steal it from me anyway. She winged a handful of change in my head with the awkward motion of someone who'd never thrown anything other than insults, missing me completely despite the close quarters. I scooped the coins off the ground and walked quickly out the door, slamming it behind me. Go fuck yourself, I muttered. I stepped outside into the rain and walked to the bus stop to wait for the 26 bus to carry me to my low-wage job in the University District. I fondled the $1.50's worth of change in my pocket, enough for 2 hard-boiled eggs off the food truck at morning break, and a cute reminder of my need to alter my intolerable living situation. I couldn't wait to be free of this woman and her weird-smelling apartment in a building that was 90% geriatrics. When I had first met my girlfriend, she told me she could read people's minds. Thinking, sure you can, honey. I'd asked her to read mine. She said she never did it anymore because it disturbed her to know people's thoughts. Several months later, I was tossing around in bed with evil, debilitating insomnia, wet with sweat, thinking about a pretty dark-skinned girl I had slept with in Texas who had given me a lift in her car between Austin and San Antonio while on tour with Screaming Trees. Suddenly, my girlfriend rolled over, grabbed my arm, and said, I just had the worst dream. You were in Texas fucking a black girl. An electric jolt went through me. I stammered that she was just having a nightmare, urged her to go back to sleep, and tried to clear my mind of any more incriminating thoughts. But the relationship was never the same after that. Now things had degenerated to the point where $1.50 brought on this kind of drama. No matter how much I earned, I was perpetually broke. If not for her and a couple of soft-touch co-workers, I would never have eaten at all. Still, this had to end. Of course, I was going to miss the sex. In between our furious fighting was lots of furious fucking. 3-4 times a day sometimes. But fuck it. I could no longer tolerate her bullshit. It was time to move on. A friend of mine named Dean Overton had given me a job as a grunt in the warehouse of a local Seattle record store chain. It consisted mainly of filling orders from the stores around town, loading boxes with records, stocking shelves, and making deliveries in a van. Compared to the demeaning, physically and mentally taxing agricultural and restaurant work I'd suffered through in eastern Washington, this was cake. The crew were mostly good-natured, funny people, including several other local musicians, and I warmed to the camaraderie of my co-workers. Despite being by nature an introvert and loner, I slowly came out of my shell and made some friends. One day I unpacked a box set with a haunting black and white cover photo of a lone figure walking on a beach in a long coat while smoking a cigarette. It piqued my interest and I asked a quiet but friendly fellow employee named Justin Williams about it. "That's Nick Drake, man. It's great. I'm going to make a tape for you." The next day he handed me a cassette. When I got home, put it in my player. I was introduced to the music of Nick Drake, Leonard Cohen, Tim Buckley, Tim Hardin, and others. It captivated my imagination. I'd listened to the first 4 Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds records often, and this music was in a similar vein, dark and beautiful. As I immersed myself in it, I felt transformed. I loved the Velvet Underground, the Saints, Captain Beefheart, the Groundhogs, Kraftwerk, New York Dolls, Joy Division, Gun Club, Wipers, The Fall, Lou Reed, The Stranglers, The Birthday Party, The Damned, John Cale, Bowie, and the Stooges, and many more. But this mainly acoustic, personal, and confessional music seemed to tell my own story back to me. It hit me in some deep grieving place I'd heretofore been unaware of. It changed my musical perspective in a profound way. Soon, I wasn't listening to anything else. I had already been greatly dissatisfied with what my own band was churning out. Immersing myself in this intimate, deeply moving music made it even harder to invest in the swell Screaming Trees were producing. After a particularly vicious argument where my mind-reading girlfriend made it clear what a toxic, lying piece of shit I was, she finally kicked me out. Once again, I found myself at loose ends and in need of a place to crash. Dylan and Slim had recently moved to the city, so I moved into their cheap, decrepit, rat-infested 3-story house a couple of blocks from North Seattle's Green Lake. They used the basement for rehearsals with their new 2-man band. The music was extremely loud, extremely slow, a strange and beautiful glacial guitar drone, unlike anything I had ever heard before. It was unclear what role Slim played in the band. He had been the singer in their old band, and I had co-produced a single for another group he sang with that didn't include Dylan. I could never hear any vocals over the din coming from the basement, but assumed he must have been singing unheard. My room was on the 3rd story, and when they practiced, the vibrations from their holy noise slid my bed across the floor. I found it soothing. I had always found noise soothing. As a child, I had been constantly yelled at by my mother for turning on the clothes dryer down the hall from my bedroom in order to fall asleep. While living with Dylan and Slim, I often fell asleep only to wake to find the crusty, fractured futon I had stolen and dragged out of a Goodwill bin wedged against the door at the opposite side of my room. The first few months in our new dive were a bleak exercise in shared low-grade unhappiness. The place was cold, damp, and depressing. We spent each evening listening to records in the living room we had named the waiting room at the morgue. None of us had girlfriends, just ourselves for company. Each morning, all 3 of us woke up covered in flea bites. We devised a coordinated plan to set off flea bombs one day before work. On the target morning, Dylan and I set off our bombs and left the house at precisely 8 a.m. as planned. It suddenly occurred to me that Slim might not have exited. He was a chronic oversleeper who always slept fully clothed in polyester slacks and wide-collared polyester shirts, using the rest of his wardrobe piled on top of him as a primitive blanket. After a moment's hesitation, I ran back inside to make sure he was up. The second I opened his bedroom door, I was met with the eruption of a powerful insecticide blast from a flea bomb that had detonated at that very moment, blinding me and choking me and covering my clothes with its rancid chemical smell and blistering venomous toxins. I slammed the door and staggered out of the house, collapsing to my knees with tears streaming from my eyes, having received the brunt of its noxious cloud full in the face. Fuck me, I said out loud to myself, and having missed the bus, walked to work coughing the entire way. As soon as I got there, Dean took me aside. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you fucked up? Or do you have the flu? I relayed the morning's comedy of errors. Despite my protests, he insisted on calling the poison control hotline, and they strongly urged me to seek medical attention. Given the rest of the day off, but with no money for the clinic, I spent the afternoon lying in the wet grass under the freeway overpass, a block from our house, vomiting up bile intermittently. When I started to feel a little better, I bought a chocolate bar from the gas station up the street and promptly puked that up too. I gave up and lay there, occasionally dry heaving, waiting for the 8 hours to pass until it was safe to go back into the house. It was only much later that we discovered the huge rats that shared the house with us and figured out where the fleas had come from in the first place. Eventually, Dylan confided in me that Slim was contributing nothing to this new band that Dylan had named Earth. It was such a slow drone that Slim, who had previously sung in somewhat boring trad punk bands, could not find a way to fit himself into the music. He was also opposed to any real work, so picking up a bass or guitar was not going to happen. His impotent dissatisfaction began to create a fissure between the two. By this time, a friend of mine from Ellensburg, Nate Hill, had moved into our giant house. A guitar player with such an uncanny resemblance to Axl Rose circa 1988 that everyone in the burg had called him Little Axl. He'd asked me what was up when Slim, who always unsuccessfully tried to assume the mantle of alpha dog in his bands, began to sulk, then bitch around the clock. In a fit of anger, he told Dylan, "If you're not going to play something I can sing to, I quit." Dylan was the most loyal of anyone I'd ever known and would have taken a bullet for Slim or any of his friends. He did not argue with Slim, but neither did he attempt to tailor his music to accommodate him. Dylan was a true original, a genius whose vision was stubbornly forward-facing and spring-water clear. He was in the process of inventing a new genre of rock music, one to become known as drone metal. Finally, Slim left, bitterly and unilaterally ending his years-long friendship with Dylan in the bargain. He went on to say publicly years later that it was because of the danger in the house that we were obsessed with firearms. That was a joke. We had exactly 2 firearms, Dylan's rifle and my piece of shit .22 pistol. Ironically, Slim had spent much time
I wonder if that rifle was a Remington.
proudly bragging about his rough upbringing and the prevalence of guns amongst his relatives back in Montana. The truth was he craved being a top dog, and since he was finding that to be an impossibility in Seattle, he went back to Olympia, tail between legs, to become a big fish in a goldfish bowl. By now, the rest of the trees had one by one immigrated to Seattle. First Pix, then Lee, and finally Van, his short-lived, ill-advised marriage over. Our manager, Susan Silver, had rented the house for her assistant, and we began rehearsing in the basement along with a couple of Susan's other bands, Soundgarden and Alice in Chains. As I was coming in one day, I was met at the door by a stunning black-haired girl in glasses named Anna, the girlfriend of an acquaintance of mine. My mind went straight back to a night several months earlier when my previous girlfriend and I had gone out to eat at a local restaurant where Anna had waited on us. My girlfriend had been borderline rude to the smiling and friendly waitress and hadn't spoken a word to me throughout the entire meal. In the car afterward, I couldn't take any more of her scowling silence. "Okay, what's your problem?" "I don't want to talk about it. You'll just say I'm crazy anyway." "God damn it, I can't take this shit. What the fuck is it now?" "You're going to be with her," she said, starting to cry. "What are you talking about? Be with who?" I had obviously missed something along the way, and now I was genuinely steamed. "Please enlighten me as to what you're talking about, now." "That waitress back there, you two are going to be together someday." True, I had thought the girl was hot, and I was attracted to her. but only in the way any normal person might be 10 times a day when they encountered an attractive member of their preferred sex. There had been zero flirtation, almost no conversation, nothing. I hadn't given it a moment's thought. Anna, that girl is going out with a friend of mine. You're out of your fucking mind. I'm over it. You need to check yourself into the psych ward. You fucking lost it. Months later, the second Anna opened the door to the rehearsal house, her beauty hit me like a hammer. I tried to shake it off, went downstairs and rehearsed with the band, but I couldn't stop thinking about her. I still wanted to consider the entire scene with my last girlfriend as mere unwarranted drama, but I knew my ex had that fucked up gift for knowing things a normal person would not. She'd read my mind in her fucking sleep, for Christ's sakes. I was going to have to explore Anna's situation. I went to use the bathroom during rehearsal. She was curled up on the couch reading a book. She looked up at me and smiled. "Aren't you Eric's girlfriend?" I said. "He and I go back a ways." "Oh, that didn't turn out so well. We're not together anymore." "I'm sorry to hear that," I said, thinking the exact opposite. "It's really none of my business. Forgive me for prying." She laughed out loud and said, "Come on, man, give me a break." I smiled at her and said, "Do you smoke weed?" She laughed again. "Sometimes." "Why? Do you want to get me high?" "I actually do, yeah," I said with a slightly evil look of intent. "Come up and see me when you guys are done, hotshot," she said, smiling with an equally smoky look. It was on. We hooked up that afternoon. I got immediately deeply addicted to her sexually and to her quiet, smart, and funny bookish manner. We would stay in bed for hours at a time. On the occasions I could get her to smoke weed with me, she would laugh and laugh. It made me happy. I started spending quite a bit of time at her place. When I was home, my roommates and I fell into a routine of work, listening to records, and going out to an occasional show at one of the local bars. Sometimes Kurt would come down and stay with us for a couple of days. Sometimes I'd hang out with him in Olympia, listening to the old blues records we both loved. One afternoon at his place, we started talking about making a record. "We should do a record of this stuff," one of us suggested, and then the other. "We should do a record of all Leadbelly covers." Leadbelly was a legendary folk blues musician, a 12-string guitar playing ex-convict. We'd spend hours at a time listening to his records and nothing else. I casually mentioned the idea to Mark Pickrell, who by then was working for Sub Pop Records, the label that had signed Kurt's band. After one rehearsal with Pickrell and Chris Novoselic rhythm section, before we'd really even thought it through, we suddenly found ourselves in the studio to make a record for Sub Pop. Being pals was easy, but creating together turned out to be more difficult as our respect for one another turned it into an oddly unproductive exercise. Neither Kurt nor I were really willing to grab the reins. Despite being the least musically proficient member of Screaming Trees, it had become obvious to me early on that I had to be the default leader of the band simply due to force of personality. I was used to directing Screaming Trees recording sessions only because it was a chaotic, unproductive shitfest unless I took charge, and even then it still often went nowhere. I couldn't bear to do that in this situation. I was too awed by Kurt's genius. He was also strangely reticent. Dylan had joined us in the studio just to hang out and ended up offering more direction than either Kurt or me, but in the end, not much was accomplished. No one was willing to be the shot caller. It was years later that I realized Kurt didn't take the lead out of respect for me. Part of me knew he saw me as sort of a big brother, but I struggled to get my head around that. I felt like Screaming Trees' work was second-rate, everything dragged out or cobbled together. Every unsatisfying song the result of too much toil, and I saw everything through that prism. It was impossible for me to accept that someone else could find worth in what I did because
That's really important. You hear all that? You take note of that?
I could not. How could Kurt be a fan when I saw in him a talent that was genuinely not of this place and time, like Bob Dylan, John Lennon, David Bowie, or Jimi Hendrix? I simply had the heart of a pack horse. A few weeks after figuring out that neither Kurt nor I were interested in continuing our Leadbelly experiment, I got a call from Jonathan Poneman, co-owner of Sub Pop Records. He had a proposition. Would I like to make a solo album for them? His offer was a 3-record deal, $13,000 for the first, with substantial advances for the second and third. I'd never picked up an instrument in my life. My only contribution to Screaming Trees songwriting had been attempting to change the most egregious of Lee Connor's lyrics to something less embarrassing to sing. But every record the Trees had made for SST had come with a strict $1,000 advance. I could probably make a solo record for $3,000 at the most and pocket the rest. $10,000. By far the most money I'd ever had in my life. I took the deal. I carried in my head two different musical inspirations for this first record. The Trees had recently played in San Francisco, opening up for Henry Rollins. Band Connor had once again punched Lee out on stage, and Lee played the last 15 minutes of the set with a nosebleed, the front of his white shirt quickly soaked in blood. Afterward, while waiting for my ride, I watched with strange admiration for Rollins' high testosterone intensity and huge balls, as he did one-arm push-ups next to the stage in full view of the audience before going on. Donna Dresch was now living in San Francisco and picked me up and drove me across town in time to catch a band from Boston, Galaxy 500, playing their encore. It was stunning. A room packed with people were silently intent on this band, playing slow, quiet, beautiful music. At the end of each tune, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheering, then became stone silent again as soon as the band delicately began their next song. It was an epiphany for me to witness. Trees played at top volume nightly, head throbbing from the terrible-sounding high-pitched guitar amp pointed straight at me, and the pounding of the cymbals directly behind on the tiny stages we most often played. I was being deafened every show. It had never occurred to me that it was possible to play quietly in a rock club and people would enjoy it. My other musical inspiration was straight ahead, the largely acoustic solo record of Northwest legend Greg Sage of Portland band The Wipers. Despite his now obvious deception and his somewhat comical, desperate attempt to intimidate me at our last meeting, I nonetheless remained a huge fan of his music. His solo record pointed me in the direction I wanted my record to take, quiet yet powerful dark tunes. I bought a cheap, used piece of shit acoustic guitar and a Miltbag guitar chord book. I began to learn the simplest chords, began to try to teach myself how to write. Every day at my warehouse job, I would start making up a melody and some words in my head. When I came upon a combination I liked, I would memorize it through silent mental repetition all the way home on the bus. As soon as I got home, I'd get the guitar and book and search until I found the chords that fit under my melody and vocal part, almost always the same 3 or 4 chords. Dylan Carlson also showed me a chord that was useful, the B. I've probably employed it on every song I've written since. I came to realize much later that my caveman style of songwriting was the complete reverse of what's normal. Most songwriters write music first, then find the vocal part to go with it. Paranoid that Sub Pop would realize they had made a mistake and void our deal, I wrote with a maniacal urgency, my eye ever focused on my huge upcoming payday. My virgin fingers raw from the thick strings that had probably never been changed on the instrument, I managed in my primitive, idiosyncratic way to put together a group of songs to record in just over a couple weeks. I enlisted the help of my friend Mike Johnson, who played guitar in a Eugene, Oregon band called Snake Pit, to come to Seattle and play on the record. He put intros, middle sections, and outros on all the songs, since I wasn't proficient or savvy enough to do it myself. It was then that I discovered that my simplistic guitar parts were actually maddening for real guitarists to play, due to the awkward way I would jump from chord to chord, following the vocal part instead of doing it in a normal way with natural timing. It was at the outer range of my musical knowledge just to find the chords that fit under my singing. After running through the songs with Mike for a few days at my house, we entered Jack and Dino's Reciprocal Studios to begin recording. Jack was an enthusiastic, eccentric guy who had produced almost all of Sub Pop's records, as well as the previous Screaming Trees album. He and I shared a love for the British trio The Groundhogs and wasted a lot of valuable studio time chattering like teenagers about our favorite records of theirs. We began with Mike laying down guitar, playing along to a click track. I would then lay down a scratch vocal. Jack recorded all the bass parts, then finally Mark Pickerel would overdub the drums. It was a backwards way of recording, but necessary due to the nature of my weirdly constructed tunes and the limitations of the ancient 8-track recorder. Sub Pop's records had all been loud, raw rock, and I started to have serious misgivings about making a quiet acoustic record. But Jack and Mike kept reassuring me that what we were doing was great. After I'd tracked all the vocals one night, Steve Fisk dropped by the studio to say hello and to put some minimal piano parts on a track or two. Steve had recorded all the early Trees records at a studio in Ellensburg. He and I had had a minorly contentious relationship from the beginning of our association, as he was always irritated by my paranoid, suspicious questioning of his every creative decision. But that night I greeted him as an old friend. He started messing around on an organ, and I quickly wrote what I thought was a funny little song to his organ riff. Because of the sad and serious tone of the record, I felt like it needed some comic relief at the end. Jack rolled his eyes, and Johnson outright hated it. Why make a beautiful record and then shit on it? I included it on the album anyway. Juarez may be the only song in history to mention crack, heroin, blowjobs, and diapers all in a minute and a half. Kurt came in and sang on Down in the Dark, a more electric tune. We also ended up using a recording of one of the heavier songs from our aborted Leadbelly record, Where Did You Sleep Last Night? An acoustic tune Kurt had electrified, which had compelled me to take my performance into the familiar rock territory of the Trees, doubling my voice to harmonize with myself and singing the last couple of verses in the very utmost registers of my limited vocal range, as though Lee Conner himself had written the part. With the record done, I did the first of what were to be many photo sessions with Sub Pop house photographer Charles Peterson. They were mostly shots of me walking around the rubble of what had been the Western State Hospital, the psychiatric hospital hellhole that had once housed the famous actress Frances Farmer in the 1940s. My own grandmother had been a patient there during World War II when my father was a young boy. During that time, he had lived alone with his father, an older man who was working in the shipyards to assist the war effort, having already fought in the trenches in France during World War I. Back in Seattle, Sub Pop co-owner Bruce Pavitt insisted I sit for some close-up portrait-type shots. I was reluctant. After much back and forth, I only agreed when he said, "If you don't like them, I promise not to use them for anything." A few weeks later, Pavitt and Poneman scheduled a meeting so we could review the contact sheets from the photo sessions together. I arrived after working hours to meet John and Bruce in the Sub Pop stockroom. As I approached the door, I could hear the two of them in a heated discussion. "God damn it," Pavitt said. "Is Nirvana the only band we have that's ever going to sell any records?" By this time, Nirvana had started to become an underground sensation, taking the English and European rock press by storm. All the UK music rags were going crazy for them, and so were the kids. I shook my head as I recalled how little they'd esteemed Kurt's band just a couple years previously. As it turned out, it was a good thing Nirvana stayed with Sub Pop. The two label bosses turned out to be genius marketers. The way they promoted the label turned it and all of their bands into an underground phenomenon, with Nirvana as the brightest star in their universe. Not that Kurt had been wrong about how Sub Pop tried to control their artists. "Watch out, they will fuck you if they can," he had warned me. At that meeting where we looked at the contact sheets of possible cover photos, Pavitt quickly became enamored with one of the portrait shots he had insisted upon. I hated it. To my punk rock sensibilities, it screamed pretentious. There was no way I would agree to let him use it. After a lot of hemming and hawing, he finally said we could use one of the photos I deemed acceptable for the cover if he could use the portrait shot for promotion. I begrudgingly agreed to that deal, relieved it wouldn't be the cover shot, but still mortified it would be seen at all. Shortly thereafter, the Trees went on tour. My record, which I had titled The Winding Sheet, was to be released a couple days before we returned. When I got home, there was a box of albums waiting for me. When I opened the box, there on the front cover of my first solo effort was the fucking photo Pavitt had been in love with, the one he had sworn to me would not be used. I was incredulous, then livid. No one in my music career had ever fucked me like that. I could not believe he had the balls to do it. I couldn't look at it without feeling humiliated and violently pissed off at the same time. Just home from tour and exhausted, I borrowed my roommate's car and drove down to Sub Pop, overcome with murderous anger, fully intending to beat Bruce unconscious. When I burst through the office door, the secretary stood up and then, gauging how dark my mood was, sat right back down. I walked straight into Pavitt's office, where he sat behind his desk talking to someone on the phone. I crossed the room in a couple of long, fast strides and came directly at him, fists clenched. He dropped the phone and threw himself to the floor behind his desk, his arms up over his face. "Mark, wait a second. Please, wait a second." I stood over him as he cowered on the ground, barely resisting the urge to kick him in the face. "I know you're angry and you have every right to be. I'm sorry about the cover. I should not have done it." "Fucking A right, you shouldn't have done it. We had a deal, motherfucker. Who the fuck do you think you are? And who do you think you're dealing with? Some Seattle band pussy? Where I'm from, people end up in a ditch somewhere for shit like this. I should kick your fucking head in." "Please, wait a minute and hear me out," he whined. "I thought I was doing what was best for you and the record, and the label." "Yeah, I know. We had that discussion the day you promised not to use that photo. Dude, not only have you shit on our deal, fuck me, and lied to my face, but now I have to live with this terrible, embarrassing album cover for the rest of my life. I'm gonna have my lawyer sue your ass and keep you from ever releasing this piece of shit." "We've already shipped out a couple thousand copies," he said in a hoarse, choking whisper. "Then I'll have them pulled off the fucking shelves. I don't give a fuck." Finally exhausting my blinding rage, I turned to go with the final, "Eat shit, Bruce. You don't know how lucky you just got." With him still on the floor of his office, I turned and left, mute and dazed with shock that he'd really done it. Although I was loyal to the few close friends I had, in those days I would have freely lied and screwed anyone else over to get what I wanted, and now here I was, totally enraged that someone had done it to me. I was furious at myself for falling for his con before I was in a position to con him. I'd vowed to myself early on in life to fuck anyone before they had the chance to fuck me, and I'd walked backwards right into this fucking. I made a mental note to pay this son of a bitch back if ever given the opportunity, swallowed what felt like a mountain of shit, and filed his betrayal away in the back of my mind. I was prepared to wait as long as I had to until the opportunity came someday when it would be my turn to force the shoe onto his foot and see how it fit him. At least I had the $13,000 for a bomb. If there's nothing else handy, money is always a sufficient lubricant.
Huh. Doesn't he doesn't he remind you of the bully in that movie A Christmas Story, the 80s one, the redhead? I'm going to try to find chapter 5 now, or whatever chapter. I think it's chapter 4.
Chapter 4. If you start again, it will be as though you'd never stopped. I refused to do any press or shows to promote The Winding Sheet, but it nonetheless received a decent response and quite a few positive reviews. Spin Magazine, the biggest music magazine in the States besides Rolling Stone at that time, could not be bothered to ever write about the trees, but they gave The Winding Sheet a good notice. I was privately relieved it didn't get slaughtered in the press. Now willfully estranged from Sub Pop, I turned my attention back to Screaming Trees. Our manager, Susan Silver, had miraculously secured us a major label deal with Epic Records. I had initially been put off by the over-the-top manner of their extroverted A&R man, Bob Pfeiffer. When Susan picked me up after I'd met Bob for the first time, we rode in silence for 5 minutes before she finally asked how it went. I said if I'm ever alone with that guy again, I'll kill him or myself. Though Bob and I were almost complete opposites personality-wise, I came to trust and value him as a friend and advisor, and the two of us formed a tight bond. He and the rest of the band, not so much. Lee couldn't bear to acknowledge the contributions of anyone but himself, and was completely childishly deaf to any sort of constructive criticism. Susan sadly confessed to me much later on that only one other major had been slightly interested in signing us, under the condition that we lose one of the big guys. We settled on big-time Northwest producer Terry Date for our first major label recording. Since we'd made several terrible-sounding records on rusty old 8-track machines, I was eager to make a great-sounding album in a big professional studio. Even so, I was leery of losing our edge, desperately afraid that we'd end up sounding like one of the terrible hair metal bands I despised, the current kings of popular music. Because of my reticence, Soundgarden singer Chris Cornell, who I liked and respected, was brought on board as co-producer to basically hang out with me, function as a go-between for Terry and me, and generally assuage my fears about the process. Like all of our recordings, it became a musically challenging headfuck, but it was ultimately a pleasurable experience for me simply because I hit it off with Terry and loved hanging out with Chris. Chris was a solitary creature and presented a quiet, thoughtful, and serious front to the world, but had a sly, somewhat perverse sense of humor, not unlike my own, with a gift for making me laugh. He was highly intelligent, wise beyond his years, and possessed zero fear. He was always up for anything, silently focused, and fiercely competitive. I had a terrible cold one day, and Cornell insisted I allow him to lick my bare eyeball to test his invented-on-the-spot theory of virus transmission. I was, of course, delighted to take part in the experiment. Chris never got sick. I can't recall if this proved or disproved his theory, but it was an effective way of making me laugh. On another occasion, Chris played me some home demos he'd done, just acoustic guitar and singing. I was blown away hearing the earliest raw version of Say Hello to Heaven. He had an extremely powerful voice and was technically the most gifted singer I'd ever heard. He laughed when I said in complete seriousness, "That's a fucking hit, man." Every day, Terry cajoled Van and me into playing 2-on-2 basketball against him and Chris, a game they hardly, if ever, won. With Van at 6'4" and nearly 300 pounds, and me at 6'2" and 185, we had a serious size advantage. Chris was slightly shorter than me, and Terry several inches shorter than Chris. Every time we had the ball, Van would simply set an unmovable pick on whoever was guarding me. I drove around them to an easy layup, or pulled up to hit a jump shot, or passed it to Van for an easy close to the hoop shot as he rolled to the basket after the pick. As the recording session went on, each day their intensity raised incrementally as they stubbornly attempted to beat us. Van and I would get up from our seats in the studio and slowly walk out to the court, where, playing in our heavy boots, we would inevitably kick their asses yet again. Terry tried hard to make me comfortable and to help us make a Trees record I'd be proud of. I was so conditioned to being horrified by the finished results of our previous recordings that not being ashamed of one was the best I could hope for. I had never enjoyed any of the records we made because, despite being the dominant personality in the band, from the very beginning my creative role was limited to merely singing the songs written and arranged by the prolific, controlling, obsessive guitar player Lee Connor. With no friends, relationships, or social life of any kind, Lee turned out as many as 3 or 4 demos of songs a day, complete with lyrics and singing. He was a machine. I was overwhelmed by the sheer mountain of material. It was much catchier and more rock than anything I'd written, so there was never a question of using any songs but his. That was all we'd ever done. It was a constant battle just to keep him from soloing from start to finish through every song, and then demanding his shrill, atonal, uninteresting playing be the loudest thing in the mix. It often seemed like the bulk of the band's creative energy was devoted solely to tamping down Lee's worst narcissistic impulses. I privately thought of Lee as a copycat revisionist of the cheesiest kind. His entire persona and songwriting style a cornball expression of the terrible 60s garage band revival briefly popular in the 80s. He was a slave to the Nuggets collection, a compilation of obscure 60s garage and psychedelic music curated by Patti Smith's guitar player Lenny Kaye. I could not relate to the fakeness of it all. It had no connection to my experience, but Lee worshipped at that altar. He tie-dyed his own pants and shirts, wore square purple-lensed sunglasses indoors, and wrote literally hundreds of songs with bullshit, faux psychedelic lyrics about tripping on LSD. The great irony in all that was that he had never once in his life taken acid or even smoked pot. He was most definitely a casualty, but not from acid. That had been my experience, not his. It was all a terrible, shit-stained charade, a fucked up and ridiculous farce orchestrated by a man nearly 30 years old with no real human experience outside of his lonely life of solitude, with us, but without us, on the road. If I happened to be somewhere and one of our songs came on, one of Lee's songs, a Screaming Tree song, not anything I would claim any part of, I would cringe and leave immediately. In the recording studio, I was driven by sheer embarrassment and my unflagging admiration for raw, edgy, and meaningful music to try and make Lee's songs into something I could endure with my head up, but I would never enjoy singing them. Yet, against heavy odds, through dogged, determined obsession and sheer force of will, I kept trying, with Van Conner as my likewise handcuffed, like-minded conspirator, battling his sullenly stubborn, broken, savant-like brother residing somewhere on the spectrum in Fantasyland, both our only hope and most glaring hindrance. I kept trying to shape our music into something I could not only live with, but also something that might give the band continued upward success, so that I could keep running from the painful mire of my past, the uncomfortable reality of my present, and of course, mainly from myself. Towards where or what, I did not know or care. We finished our first record for Epic in late 1990, and Uncle Anesthesia was released early the following year to little, if any, fanfare. As hard as I'd worked in the studio, as hard as Terry and Chris and I had fought to drag the band forward, our major label debut was more of the same shit we'd always done. It just sounded better. Not long after the record came out, I was displeased to see one of our tunes included on a Sony Music compilation CD with several different boring hard rock bands. Epic couldn't really find another way to market us other than to try and tie us in with the late 80s and early 90s hair metal, soon to be replaced in the public popularity contest. I had a conversation with our product manager at the company, an enthusiastic, positive, forward-thinking man in his 40s named Al. Mark, he said, I'm going to work my ass off to get you guys to the same place as the Psychedelic Furs or Midnight Oil. He saw us as an outlier and not hangers-on of some metal scene with which we had nothing in common. That he had used the Psychedelic Furs as a point of reference made me feel like he got it. Despite their name, the Furs had nothing in common with the fake psychedelia I had fought so hard to distance Screaming Trees from. The Furs were an English post-punk band that I personally loved because they were unique unto themselves. With Richard Butler's one-of-a-kind voice and their sometimes use of instrumentation uncommon in rock music, their sound was unlike anything else out there, yet they'd had several worldwide hits. They were an example of what I'd hoped we'd become, an original, not an imitator. We hit the road. One of our very few upgrades since our SST days was that we now had 2 vans instead of 1, in part to accommodate our 3 new crew members. I rode in the equipment van with our guitar tech and lighting guy, while the rest of the band took the other, more comfortable passenger van with our tour manager, soundman Rod. Mark Pickerel had become involved in a serious relationship, and still in his early 20s, realized that dysfunction in the group dynamic wasn't worth it any longer and quit the band shortly after we finished the record. Dan Peters, a hilarious and sweet-natured good-time Charlie, who was also the drummer for local Seattle Stars Mudhoney, took his place. Only a couple days into the tour, guitar tech Jim Vincent was driving our crew van down a snow-covered Wyoming highway when we hit black ice. The van swerved, then began to weave from side to side. I was riding shotgun, and the van took so long to finally swing out of control that I had time to put a big bag of clothes in front of me like a crude airbag and brace my feet up on the dashboard. After what felt like an unbearable eternity of mounting panic, we skidded off the road into the snow-blanketed median. As the van flipped suddenly, violently end over end, I was thrown into the windshield, and with my face up against the glass, I saw the ground come rushing up and smash into my head again and again as we toppled through the highway divider, my corner of the van taking the brunt of the contact. Finally, we came to rest upright on the shoulder of the opposite side of the highway. We sat in shock for a few seconds, all 3 of us still in our seats. Then, realizing the ass end of the extra-long Econoline was still sticking out into the path of oncoming traffic, we scrambled to get out before a semi-truck came through and finished the job. I looked at Jim, blood streaming down his face on the side of the highway. Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry, guys. Fuck. Jim was a staunch perfectionist at his work. I knew he felt personally responsible. Hey, what the fuck, Jim? You couldn't have done a goddamn thing. It's okay, man. As long as you guys are okay, I'm okay. I looked at our wisecracking light man, Jimmy Shoaf, and he nodded his agreement. He had been riding in the back and was virtually unscathed. They both assured me they were fine, but I wasn't convinced. They were both white as a sheet and blood was pouring off Jim's head. I looked back on 4 lanes of highway and divider and saw our drums, guitars, and amps strewn across the entire distance. My head began to pound with what I felt but wouldn't see until later, a large, ugly, blue-black bump starting to raise above my right eye. There was no way to get in touch with the rest of the guys who had been driving ahead of us when it happened, but by chance one of them had been looking back at the critical moment and noticed we'd disappeared. They eventually turned around and arrived in time to see the van being towed off by the emergency road crew, then located us in the local hospital where we'd been taken by ambulance. To our luck, Jimmy was untouched. Jim took just a few stitches to his head, and I walked away with a concussion, at one point stopping to vomit in a hospital toilet while wandering the hallways in a daze looking for the guys in the waiting room. After staying awake all night in a local motel by doctor's orders to make sure I didn't die in my sleep from a brain hemorrhage, the decision was made to continue on. We'd rent new equipment and another van in Chicago, where our next show was scheduled. At this point, I'd not had a drink or done hard drugs for nearly 5 years. I hadn't even smoked weed for the first 3 years. But eventually I had fallen back into what had seemed to me to be a harmless routine of smoking pot. I was unhappy much of the time, my mind consumed by the band and its demands, not to mention the pressure I put on myself to steer it away from the music we'd been rehashing for 5 years towards something greater. I'd done my own record, written all the words and the bulk of the music myself. I now knew how to do it. Although I felt the songs weren't great, they were a true representation of myself and had some personal meaning. I had managed to create a mood. I'd become comfortable in my own skin and had sung in my natural range and my authentic voice, and it made coming back to the trees that much harder. Life on the road was dreadful, dreary, and mind-draining most of the time. I sat there like a zombie in an unending boredom-induced trance brought on by the complete lack of any remotely interesting interaction between us. Half the time I felt like I was mindlessly staring at a black and white TV after it had gone off the air, sucked into the static, trapped between the horizontal and vertical lines. Always a 2-pack-a-day smoker, I developed a cold and nasty case of strep throat by the time we got to Chicago. That, on top of the lingering effects of my car crash concussion, had left me in a terrible mood. When it came time to go on stage for our late afternoon matinee show, my usually robust singing voice was diminished to a faint, painful, red rock echo. I sounded like Peter Brady in the episode where he goes through puberty. It was impossible to make enough sound to be heard above the roar of the band. After 3 embarrassing songs, I walked off stage, furious that I couldn't sing. I took off running down the stairs to the backstage to grab my coat and split, anxious to get the fuck out of there and back to my hotel room. In my haste, blinded by anger and humiliation, I did not see a low-hanging beam halfway down the staircase. When I smashed my head into it, I knocked myself out cold. I came to with a club employee holding an icy wet rag against my forehead. Holy shit, man, are you okay? Should I call an ambulance? For several seconds, I had double vision, but I finally regained my sight. In my tiny, barely there voice, I croaked, "No thanks, man. I'm okay." I slunk off into the dressing room and sat down for a second to steady myself. In the span of 4 days, I'd taken several heavy blows to the head. I'd lost my voice, and with it, the will to continue. My friend Garrett Shavlik, drummer for the Denver band The Fluid, my Sub Pop label mates, burst through the door behind me. I'd not even known they were in Chicago, but he was drunk and he was pissed off. "What the fuck are you doing, Lanigan? Those guys are dying up there without you." "My voice is fucked, tidbit," I said, using the nickname I'd invented for him with my habitual method of finding a fucked up near rhyme to or perversion of anyone's name. Jeff Templeton became the tough gentleman, Blair Underwood, Blood Underwear, etc., a quirk that inexplicably gave me great joy. "I can't sing, brother." Without thinking, I reached out to grab the bottle of booze he held in his hand. He wasn't buying it. "Bullshit, dude, what the fuck?" he yelled and yanked the bottle out of my hand. I had a soft spot for the usually entertaining and sweet-natured Garrett, but he was obviously sloshed. When he suddenly shouted, "You're not Morrison, motherfucker," it took a great deal of restraint on my part to not knock the holy shit out of him. If my head were not already throbbing painfully, I probably would have done it. He had said out loud what nobody I knew dared say to my face. I found it sad and demoralizing. If even my supposed friends were convinced I was a rank Jim Morrison imitator, then I had no friends at all. For the first time in years, I needed to drink. If my unsympathetic pal wasn't going to share his bottle with me, I was splitting. I ain't got time for this right now, I croaked. Grabbing my coat, I slipped through the back door and hopped into a cab, my already fucked up head now much worse. On my way to the hotel, I thought, fuck it, I really do need a drink. In my state of severe depression, physical and psychic pain, what I was really saying was, fuck it, I want to die. The 5 years in hell I'd not drank or drugged had been a cursed and crazed walk on a tightrope, one I always knew I was destined to fall from. Before I had left my far right-wing hometown, my excessively long hair and fuck the world attitude were a statement of rebellion that had nothing to do with rock music. In a place where many people, including many of my high school classmates, wore cowboy hats and boots as their everyday attire, where tattoos were only seen on the occasional biker rolling through town, I stuck out like a sore red dick. I got into frequent fistfights with strangers in broad daylight if they made a cutting remark or looked at me the wrong way. While waiting in line at the post office one day, a man standing behind me wearing a cowboy hat said under his breath, "Fucking faggot." I punched him in the face. As he staggered out holding his blood-gushing nose, the 40-something male government employee behind the counter smiled and with a look of unabashed glee said, "Nicely done." So there was a faction of more progressive thinkers in Ellensburg too, mainly older hippie types or immature young college art students. It was from that small pool of art students, overly dramatic girls living away from home for the first time, that I had habitually fished for sex partners / girlfriends. They often acted as if they were on an imaginary stage, with bohemian affectations like using cigarette holders, throwing theme parties, and droning on and on in mindless, boring, pretentious conversations with friends while clutching the latest ridiculous cocktail popular amongst their group. New exotic names they'd given themselves after leaving home to go with their newfound freedom. An excess of lame bracelets and necklaces, jewelry some ex-boyfriend had inevitably crafted for them. I was instinctively turned off by these girls, but I needed sex, and they were easily had and heavily preferred over the hometown Ellensburg girls who wouldn't have touched me with a 150-foot pole, nor would I them. I was by nature drawn to and got hooked hardwire hardest to the feral, streetwise, tatted, dark and sultry goth girls in black fishnets, short skirts, heavy boots, and heavier eye makeup that I would come across in my travels. Should they happen to wear glasses, that was a plus. Since childhood, I'd also had, among 1,000 other kinks, a somewhat predictable fetish for the classic nasty librarian look. As a 15-year-old doing 75 hours of court-ordered community service at the public library for one of my teenage misdemeanors, I would jack off a couple times a day in the employee restroom, just from the thought that I was actually in a library. Never mind that the only women who worked there were in their 50s and anything but sexy. Women who were smart, dirty, and open to any sort of non-mainstream but legal and consensual action in the bedroom were who I sought. The kind of woman I never came across in my hometown. Because of this, I was always eager to hit the road. In this tiny college cowtown, I was forced to work with what was available. Without my medicine of drugs and booze, I became very dark, wide awake all night, and open to trouble. I went through a succession of these girls who, after the initial novelty thrill of dating the only semi-known underground rock singer in town wore off, quickly became unhappy. Their complaints were always the same. I was cold and distant. I only interacted when I wanted sex. The intensity of my sexual behavior worried them. Their friends were afraid of me. I never wanted to hang out with their friends. I never wanted to go out. I would never agree to let them throw a party at my house, nor ever accompany them to a party elsewhere. I would never say what was on my mind or talk about my feelings. I did not appreciate their art. I stayed awake all night and slept all day. All I cared about was music, etc., etc., etc. The homegrown aggressive darkness I cultivated during this period of will-driven sobriety followed me everywhere in those days. When someone hurled insults or objects at me or anyone else in my band, I'd be the one to go into the audience and trade punches. The minute someone overtly crossed the line, I was down. At one of our earliest shows, some guy standing there with a drink in his hand had yelled out, "Come on, fat boys, make some fucking sound," before we even had the chance to start our set. I leapt from my perch into the crowd and punched him a couple of times in the head, putting him on the floor, knocking off his baseball hat and soaking his shirt with his drink. I'll never forget the surprised look of shock and admiration on the faces of my bandmates while climbing back on stage that first time. I wasn't having it. I wasn't being paid $20 a day to stand on a stage and take shit from some drunken frat boy or anyone else for that matter. In those days, no one pressed charges or tried to sue me for dough I didn't have. But the river ran both ways, and my angry soldier on the wall routine on stage also made me the target at times. On more than one occasion, I was the one whose ass was kicked. While walking behind my road manager / sound man through the crowd to get to the dressing room post-show one night in Daytona Beach, Florida, without warning, a big college jock-looking guy stepped out of the crowd in front of me. With a huge smile on his face, he suddenly crushed my nose with a straight right that immediately dropped me to my knees, down for the count. It was 3 days before we got to Atlanta where I was able to get my broken nose set, and by that time I'd sung a couple of shows with it throbbing in pain, a black bruise covering my face like the mask of the Lone Ranger or that of a raccoon. That intensity I wore like a suit of armor had carried me a long way, but it could only carry me so far. During that cab ride in Chicago, I had finally been beaten down to a place where I surrendered. I was exhausted to the point where willpower wasn't going to see me through. I had to get loaded. By the time my girlfriend Anna called the next morning, I'd already been drinking for a few hours. It felt so good. All the misery it had caused me in the past forgotten. All the beatings I'd received or given. The insanity of the constant blackouts. Waking up in unfamiliar towns with no memory of having ridden there hundreds of helmetless miles on my motorcycle. Coming to in bed with people I'd never have fucked sober. All the jail time and subsequent prison sentence. The year-long rehab. All of it erased in the beautifully familiar warmth of the liquor on my brain. "What's wrong with you? You sound funny," she said. I admitted I'd been drinking. Anna freaked out, no doubt recalling the stories I told her of my difficult past with alcohol. "How long are you in Chicago? I'm coming out there." With a 3-day break in this hotel before moving on to our next gig, I had anticipated a good long drunk and did not want that interrupted by her or anyone else. "Don't worry about it, baby. I'm fine. It's not going to continue after this weekend. I just needed to relax for a minute." She insisted on coming anyway. About 4 or 5 hours later, she knocked on my door and walked into my hotel room. Seeing me standing there with a bottle of vodka in my hand, she dropped her bag on the ground and said, "Oh my God." I braced myself for what I assumed was the coming confrontation, but instead she put her arms around me and quietly whispered, "Oh my God, I can't believe it." "What can't you believe?" "You look 10 years younger." She sounded honestly baffled. I looked into a mirror and was woozily surprised. After several hours of drinking, instead of looking like a disheveled bum, I looked much younger. The hardness I'd developed over 5 years of white-knuckling, the lines that had been etched on my face from my depression and quick-to-ignite violent firestorm of anger, it was all gone. The unmistakable disappointment and dark concern always written on my features, born from a lifetime of failures, had slipped away. I looked at peace. When I came to 3 days later, phone ringing, head pounding, alone on the hotel bed, I plunged deep into immediate regret. Both myself and the bed were covered in hundreds of pieces of broken glass from a mirror I must have smashed, but I had no memory of what had transpired in the preceding days. I was to find out much later it had been broken not by me, but by Anna. She'd thrown an ashtray at my head when I'd inevitably gone into a blackout and become dark and threatening. The unfortunate consequences of my fucked lapse in judgment and moment of weakness had only just begun. A warning sprang instantly to my muddled mind, one I'd heard so many times during my year of court-ordered drug and alcohol treatment. The voice of Hobby, the man who had run our group, rang suddenly in my head. "When you are an alcoholic and quit drinking, even if you stay sober for years, if you begin again, it will be as though you've never stopped." Meaning you would not just start off at the level you were at when you quit. Instead, You would be at an advanced state of addiction at the level you'd have sunk to had you never quit at all. Judging from this first experience of drinking again after so many years, that seemed to be true. I'd been an advanced hardcore blackout drunk when I'd quit at age 19. At 24, I was already so much worse off that it scared me. I choked down the last 2 miniature bottles of vodka left in the minibar in an attempt to steady myself enough to collect my shit. I had to get down to the van in time to leave for the next city on our tour.
Right, that was chapter 4.
Chapter 4.
So I need chapter 5. 1 second.
Chapter 5, Meatloaf. I continued to drink almost daily. Both Van Connor and Dan Peters were also daily heavy drinkers, but they were comical and playful. I was a wild card drunk, blacking out through entire shows, entire days and nights lost in the haze of my unquenchable, around-the-clock thirst for booze and chaos. I drank throughout our shows, then walked straight up to the bar to drink with the audience. I came to while having sex in a bed, in an alley, in a car, with women I had zero recollection of ever meeting. Total strangers whose names I never knew, whose faces I forgot the minute I left their company. One night after our set in a tiny bar in Grand Rapids, Michigan, before I could even get off the maybe half-foot-high stage tucked into the corner of the quarter-full place, 2 young-looking girls approached me. "Hey man, what are you doing right now? Do you want to come party with us at Blackie's?" I considered these girls for a moment. They seemed too cute to be 18, let alone 21. But then they had to be of age to be inside the bar. Sure, who's Blackie? The better and older looking of the two grabbed me by the hand and pulled me impatiently off the miniature stage. She led me to a table where a mustachioed dude who seemed at least 15 years older than me sat alone with a drink. "Hey man, cool tunes," he said, shaking my hand. "I'm Blackie. You ready to go?" I looked around to see if anyone else in the place was coming along to this party. Nope. I guess it was just going to be me, these 2 possibly underage girls, and this strange older guy. I got our road manager to write on a bar napkin the phone number and address of the hotel where the rest of the band were staying, then followed my 3 new friends out to the parking lot. The younger of the 2 girls hopped in shotgun, and I got in the backseat of Blackie's large American sedan with the older of the chicks. She held my hand tightly and squeezed my thigh as we drove. Finally, we pulled up to an old, impressive, foreboding house, large but just shy of a mansion. "Hey Blackie, cool pad, what do you do for a living if you don't mind my asking?" "I do some acting," he said, and left it at that. I didn't recognize him, but then again, I was no fan of Broadway plays or anything like that. He could very well have won a Tony Award for all I knew. As we followed the guy into his place, I thought, how weird is this going to get? "Come on, let's drink in the library," Blackie said as he turned on the lights and led us up a flight of stairs into a circular room with shelves of books covering 3/4 of the walls. The only section that wasn't covered with bookshelves was covered with photos of Blackie himself. I always found it gross whenever I encountered someone who adorned their place with odes to themselves. Our boss at Peaches, the Seattle record store where I worked, maintained in his office what we called his wall of shame. It was filled with photos of himself smiling with lame musicians, including not 1 but 2 large framed pictures of him with Billy Joel, easily my most vehemently disliked singer ever. I again asked myself, who the fuck is this dude? Some kind of dealer? Criminal? Famous actor? What? He obviously had some dough if he could afford to live in this huge old house, even slightly run down as it was. I looked at the books on his shelves and didn't recognize any of the titles, but that was no surprise since I was not much of a reader. I didn't expect to find Cormac McCarthy, Peter Mathiasson, or Robert Lowell, or any of the predictable French poets whose works I'd devoured: Rimbaud, Baudelaire, Apollinaire, Corbière. Nor did I see any of the beat poets I'd become enamored of: Burroughs, Norse, Ginsberg. I continued to slowly circle the room, silently perusing his large collection as he put on some music and began to pour drinks for the 4 of us. When I finally sat down, the girl who'd been next to me in the car sat herself uninvited on my lap while the other sat on Blackie's lap. Blackie looked up and with a huge, toothy grin, lifted his drink and said, "Cheers." We all clinked glasses. Before I could even take a drink, the girl on my lap grabbed my dick through my pants and shoved her tongue into my mouth. Out the corner of my eye, I could see the other girl and Blackie also making out passionately. Okay, they brought me along for a fuck fest. That was fine by me. For a half hour, my girl and I fumbled like teenagers in a car outside a school dance. Except we were in a brightly lit room with no beds or couches, just a couple of uncomfortable chairs. And I was painfully aware that the 40-something owner of this house was making out with a girl who struck me more and more as a child. Was something going to happen? Was anything going to happen? Did I even want anything to happen? "Hey man," I said to Blackie, interrupting his reverie. "Where's the pisser in here?" "Right through that door." He pointed to a door directly off the room. I pulled the girl off my now nearly asleep legs, stood up, and gingerly walked over to take a long overdue piss. I entered the closet-sized toilet, pulled the light string hanging from the ceiling, and was instantly overcome by a profusion of photos plastered on all four walls of the claustrophobic restroom. Childhood photos, family Polaroids, grade school class pictures, all of the same boy. A boy I instantly recognized as Red Hot Chili Peppers singer Anthony Kiedis. I knew nothing of his personal history, but he was a well-known rock star, and I quickly realized there was a family connection between him and my gracious but weirdly creepy host. When surrounded so oppressively with this huge multitude of photos in such a small and close space, I finally recognized the strong physical resemblance between the two. Confronted by Blackie's tribute wall to himself, I had winced at his unseemly narcissism, but now found it much sicker that he'd chosen a tiny cabinet-sized room dedicated to the excretion of human waste to display the photos of his son. I got the eeriest feeling that this would be the exact place my own mother would stash pictures of me, except that I knew she had none. There were childhood photos of my sister around her house and many of my stepbrothers and their families, but none of me. This fucked up ghoulish photo gallery and the fact that I was apparently meant to fuck this girl under the bright lights where this slippery dude could watch snapped me to my senses. I needed to leave. I was normally up for anything. The weirder, the more shameful and depraved, the better. But something about this struck me the wrong way. I walked out of the restroom, closed the door behind me, and said, "Hey, it's been great meeting you folks, but I gotta run. Take care." Blackie didn't stop kissing and groping his girl, just raised his hand and made a dismissive action with his arm, sort of a "shut up already, be gone." The girl I'd been half-heartedly making out with hung on my arm the entire time I made my way down the stairs, begging me to stay. Finally, I shook her off and stepped out into the now sub-zero night, wearing only my still damp black denim jacket for warmth. I ran down long, endless streets, shaking uncontrollably from the cold, searching for a payphone I was never to find. Just when I thought, this is it, you're going to freeze to death for bailing on a weird orgy, a taxi pulled around the corner, hustled me in, and cranked up the heat for the ride back to my hotel. I had been to many more questionable parties than that one, and had participated in much heavier scenes, but something about that toilet shrine to his kid had stitched cold fear into my soul. This cat was a different breed of freak, and somehow I felt I had gotten out just in the nick of time. As the tour progressed, so did my drinking. My wild, unhinged alcoholism had always been a source of deep shame and heartache, but now that I'd stepped back on the merry-go-round, I found it impossible to step back off. I was out of control, but I usually had a slight awareness that I was among friends, not foes, so we were spared the violence that had often accompanied my blackouts in the past. I would drink to escape the brutal hangover and the demoralization from the preceding night's bizarre behavior and unsavory situations. I would wake up and walk into my hotel room bathroom to take a piss, only to come to the realization that I was standing barefooted in a puddle of piss that covered half of the bathroom floor, a byproduct of yesterday's blackout. I would come to nude on the floor of some unfamiliar room and hearing voices from another room, would silently pull my clothes on and carrying my boots, quietly sneak out without ever knowing where I'd been or who with. After a show at St. Andrews Hall in Detroit, I stood in a blackout at the window of the upstairs dressing room, throwing beer bottles and screaming insults at the audience members as they were leaving the gig. Someone had shouted, "Hey Mark, we love you. Why are you doing this?" Only then had I come to and realized where I was and what I was doing. I drank myself blind every day, only to emerge from a blackout into a new variation on the same nightmare. It was an obsessive craze cycle, walking in hollow, booming pain, then seeking relief where there was only more emptiness and pain to be found. One night I was met after the show by a pretty blonde German girl now living in the US. Her boyfriend was the singer in a band that had opened for us a year earlier, and he and I had become friends. The boyfriend was out of town doing a gig and had sent his girl down to say hello. She asked me out for drinks. One thing led to another, and I soon found myself following her up the 6 flights of stairs to their apartment at the top of an old row house-style apartment building in some Midwestern city. We began having sex in their one-room pad with the ceiling slanting down hard, echoing the angle of the roof. After we'd been messing around for an hour or so, there was a loud knock on the door. In my inebriated state, I struggled to get up and get dressed. She grabbed my arm.
In Hank Harrison's book, Courtney's father, he said that it was somebody hanging out with Elle around the train tracks who looked like a groupie, and he had on a Guns N' Roses shirt. And he actually gives the name too. That's in Hank Harrison's book. We went over that too. I'll have to look that up, like, really soon.
Hold me back down. "Please don't say a word. Quiet, please," she whispered frantically in my ear in her sexy German accent. "Is that your boyfriend?" I drunkenly whispered. "Yes, we just moved in and I have the only keys. He'll leave in a while." "Okay," I whispered and lay back down. But the knocking didn't stop. This is fucked, I thought. Her boyfriend had been so friendly, so genuine. We'd become such good buddies the first time we'd met. I could only imagine what would happen if he were to find me in his place right now doing this. The blonde sat there naked, holding onto me tightly, sometimes putting her hand over my mouth when she thought I was about to blurt out some alcohol-fueled profanity and get us busted. After a half hour of intermittent knocking, the phone began ringing, from a payphone on the street below, I assumed. "He'll give up soon and go to a friend's. I'll tell him I was at my girlfriend's all night," she said. Yet the ringing continued for a very long time. Sobering up, I looked at the clock. I was able to focus enough to see it was 5 a.m. I needed to get out of there. Our ride was due to roll out at 7 a.m. How was I going to get past her boyfriend without some confrontation? She had informed me as we were climbing the stairs that there was no way out other than the way we'd come in. Finally, the phone quit ringing for 20 minutes or so. I knew I had no other choice than to go for it. I carefully crept down the stairs to ground level, then burst through the door and sprinted drunkenly down the sidewalk and across the street to where a row of cabs sat sleepily waiting for the early morning crowd. I got back to our hotel just in time to grab my shit and hop in my seat in the van, pull my watch cap down over my face and fall asleep. When I came to around 5 hours later, still en route to our next show, Van was looking at the tour book. He turned around and said, "Hey Lanigan, remember last year when we played with that band and you became such great pals with their singer and he dragged you along when he went out hell-raising all night? They're opening tonight. Better get ready for a party." I woke up immediately, realizing that when we arrived at the gig in less than an hour, I'd be in the company of the very guy who'd spent the night before trying to get into his place where I was fucking his girl. Jesus Christ. This thing could only turn out one of two ways. Either my friend was going to attempt to beat the fuck out of me, or I was going to be forced to drink and make merry with my old pal all night, sick with guilt the entire time. I would have signed up for a beating, but I knew that my bent backwards pride wouldn't allow me to tank a fight, even when I knew I was dead wrong. When we arrived, I slowly trudged up the prodigious stairway to the venue, still slightly hungover. As soon as I stepped into the dressing room area, there was my good buddy. I tensed up in case I was going to have to defend myself. He looked at me. Then a huge grin spread across his face, and in 2 seconds he had me in a tight bear hug, swinging me around, kissing me on the cheek, and overjoyed to see me again. We played our set that night, and then, at his insistence, we went to a popular bar filled with many of the kids who'd attended the gig. One tall, hot blonde had taken a shine to me and sat uninvited on my lap, much to my friend's delight, Happy that I was now drinking, he egged me on to take this chick somewhere to fuck, but I was too twisted up by the previous night's escapades.
Let's see, I'm going to look at Hank Harrison's book and look up the keyword Guns N' Roses. Okay, right here, just a sec. This is what Hank says. 10:55 p.m., April 23rd, Riverside, California. El Duce walks with a new friend drinking as usual. 2 big cans of Foster's downed so far, and this new guy, the Dark Stranger, the guy who says he was a roadie for Guns N' Roses, only sips on his beer. El Duce staggers brilliantly as the two walk along the tracks at the main switching yard in Riverside. They find a stump and sit down. The dark man slips some Rohypnol roofies into one of the cans and hands it to Eldon. Eldon doesn't see the Mickey Finn go in. He's drinking in a good mood tonight. The mentors are getting back together. They have gigs lined up. The stranger offers to act as a roadie for the mentors, just for kicks. He says he doesn't need the money, but he needs to get back on the road again. Duche understands. The date rape dope starts to cut in. The stranger beckons him closer. El Duce stands up and walks further down the tracks. The stranger angles closer to the railroad ties. El Duce feels dizzy. The stranger says, "Hey man, why don't you lay down?" El Duce lays down next to the tracks, almost in the tracks. And it keeps going. Right? And then he would have gotten beer, and apparently to Hank Harrison, he met this guy. And then 11:30 p.m. on that same day, April 23rd, with El Duce. The stranger recedes into the shadows to wait for a train. He is being paid to stick around until he is certain that El Duce is rendered permanently unable to testify under oath before the federal grand jury. The Sacramento Flyer is coming in southbound. A late freight with a low boy pusher carrying a bog load of tomatoes and rice and computers is barreling in hot. It's not moving super fast, but fast enough to crush a drunken body into the crescent-soaked ties, fast enough to stain the rusty spikes that hold it all down. Turbine steam screams across the thin whistle reed. The stranger shouts, "Hey, Duche, look out!" Eldon jumps up in a knee jerk, the kind of body flints all bebop winnows carry like a gun ready to fire, and his acuteness is short-lived. The roofers have him. He jumps the wrong way, up and over into the center of the tracks. The yellow and red Union Pacific macerates him into a damp spot. The floating light brightens white, then red, then pink as Eldon's blood splashes over the cowcatcher. The bell alarm clangs, but only the dark man can hear it as he walks away to a waiting car. When the police arrived, they assumed Eldon was just another pisshead drunk. They didn't notice the empty six-pack strewn near the tracks. Let's look for that in the crime scene photos. I know there's one crime scene photo of a white like tarp thing over Elle's body, at least half of it. Right? It's like the Rome thing happening to him. goes on, just a sec. They didn't notice the empty six-pack strewn near the tracks. One of the cans had more than beer in it. The police examiner called it an accident. The only man to testify against Courtney under oath was now dead. People die around her like flies. All of this was happening against the backdrop of public suicides. So many self-mutilations followed Kurt's death that couldn't be counted. Decades later, people were still killing themselves and leaving notes to the Cobain method. El Duce made fun of death, but teen suicides were now commonplace. Too bad, too, because Kurt didn't kill himself, and whoever did kill him triggered an epidemic. Mark Lanigan. No wonder he felt awful and like a dark cloud everywhere he went, knowing that kids were killing themselves. Since April 1994, every suicide prevention center in the world has several case files that reflect some aspect of Kurt Cobain's death. That's pretty detailed. I wonder how Hank knew this. Right? He said he was a roadie for Guns N' Roses. And that makes me think of Duff McKagan. Remember he was in Living Dead? That music video with Mark Lanigan saying, "Your daddy's over the wall. He's only 2 states away." And apparently he was the one sitting beside Kurt when Kurt was on the airplane heading back to Seattle on Friday, April 1st, going into Saturday, April 2nd. You think this is a gang stalking thing? 'Cause there was a war between Guns N' Roses and Nirvana at that time, right? I know about some of that. But who would the roadie be? Let's see. What year did he die, El Duce? Date of death, 1997. Who was the roadie for Guns N' Roses in 1997? Well, Duff McKagan left in August of 1997. When did El Duce die? April. No. Guns N' Roses 1997 groupie. There's no. Wait, what did he say he was exactly? This, yeah, okay. They were drinking down cans of beer, and the guy said he was a roadie for Guns N' Roses. But that could be anyone. Yeah, he was the caregiver for Duff McKagan's house since like 96. Let's look up the exact date. When did just a sec. When did Mark Lanigan become the housekeeper for Guns N' Roses, Duff McKagan? Oh, around night. What? It says around the early 90s, around 1992. That would mean it really is gang stalking. So he moved into Duff McKagan's Seattle home in 1992 when he was deeply addicted to heroin, broke, and physically deteriorating. Right. So he was the caregiver before Kurt Cobain died, question mark? Yes, the period when Mark Lanigan was staying at McKagan's house was around 1992 to 1993. That was when Lanigan was suffering as an addict and really wanted money and was ripping people off and was trying any way to get money. Then he gets 50 grand. When did Mark Lanigan get the 50 grand? When does he say he got it in his book? What year was that he was given that and a record deal? It was from Courtney Love. It was the same year. So what year was that? ChatGPT is so wrong. That wouldn't have been 1992. Courtney wasn't even rich then. That's $500,000, you idiot. He places it around 1993, but he's not explaining exactly. He's hiding the exact year he even gets the 50 grand. That's weird. That's an interesting find. I'm going to take note of that. Mark is estimating the time he got the 50 grand from Courtney for rehab and all that and the record deal excuse to be around 1993. He doesn't want it to be the actual year, us to know that it was after Kurt had died, period. Wow. Right, who knows? Because it was like not so long after he wrote the book, he dies. Let's go over that chapter, that part where he says he got the money. He doesn't even say a year. I'm gonna look at the actual book so I can see like the chapter before if it says a year. Let's see. I'm looking at the pages right now, and then I'll do that. So he ends his book in talking about the 50 grand and Courtney Love helping him in the record deal excuse. That's in the epilogue of his book, so it's the very last part of his book that he ends with. Just trying to find it. So that makes more sense with the chapter about Tom and Mark and Dylan, how he's altering it. He's even altering the year that he got the. I see how he is breadcrumbing us, but not being completely honest. Let's go to the epilogue. One moment. And then chapter 43 after.
Epilogue. The Wolf in Seal's Clothing. After almost a year of living treatment facilities and halfway houses in California, much of it funded through the continued kindness and generosity of Courtney Love, I was tracked down by detectives from the criminal branch of the IRS. Still neatly clean, it was a shock to find out that I was facing significant prison time for tax evasion. The back taxes on those Mad Season royalty checks I had hidden from my accountants years before had ballooned, with penalties and interest accrued, to almost $500,000. The tax attorney got them to drop it to $50,000 cash, and I was...
So they're estimating this is around 1993, but this would have been 1994. Courtney did not have the money to help Mark with this, and the excuse of the record deal giving it to him. Courtney would have got that for him.
Given a month to come up with the payment. I might as well have tried to swim underwater from Japan to Australia, holding my breath as to try and get that much dough together. At 0 hour, my producer friend from Houston, Randall Jamail, stepped in. His publishing company offered me a songwriting deal for that exact amount, and the check went directly to the government. Several days before I was to be kicked.
I doubt Mark would give all that money to the government or allow them to have it.
Out of the treatment house where I had been living, I came home from my job doing demolition on old buildings in East Los Angeles to find someone waiting for me.
Let's go with chapter 43. I think
Chapter 43, Psychic Storms, Epiphany, and Rebirth. The next few days were lost in a hazy cloud of phenobarb-induced dreamscape horizons. I was aware of crashing wind and rain, a huge ceaseless storm outside shaking and pounding the bungalow I occupied. I kept having the same dream over and over. Sitting in the chair in the same room where I slept through my kick, it would burst into flames. The walls, ceiling, and floor all at once, engulfing everything in fire, myself included. I woke only to get another dose of meds and go back under. I would come to from time to time and see a plate of food on the stand next to the bed, but would instantly roll over and pass out again. At some point, the nurse made me get up out of bed and get undressed. She put me on a stool in the shower where I sat dry heaving under the hot water for 20 minutes. So weak I was barely able to stay on the chair. Later, I became conscious of someone cutting my hair, but it seemed more like an imaginary midnight movie scene as I was sitting in a lawn chair, unable to lift my head off my chest. Late morning on the 5th day, I lay in bed in total darkness, slightly uncomfortable and unable to sleep all day now that I was being slowly weaned off the meds. There came a light knocking on my door. "Go away," I said. Now a louder knock. "Go away, I'm sleeping." The door opened a crack and a guy stuck his large round head in. "Hey man, how you doing? The nurses told me your story and it sounds a lot like mine. I'm Kenny." I raised up in bed about to go off on this fucking jerk when I saw his profile in the light. He looked familiar, but in a way I couldn't place. "I know you." "Well, yeah, man, I'm a musician too. I was in a band called Autograph." That band name instantly cast my mind back to my high school days. I'd skip sixth period every day to go drink beer and smoke weed at Matt Barnum's house, getting him to listen to cassette tapes of my punk rock records and watching MTV with the sound off. Of all the terrible hair metal videos they aired, the one that particularly drew my ire was Turn Up the Radio by Autograph. I hated it so much that one day it had come on and I'd thrown a full can of beer at my friend's mother's TV set. I especially detested the horrible hammy mugging by the camera-hogging drummer. Now, during arguably the worst stretch of my life, that same dude was actually in my sick room. My mind was blown, the irony too cruel for my brain to process. I begged him to leave, and he finally relented, only to return a week or so later, the beginning of an unlikely friendship between the still over the top character and myself. His name was Kenny Richards. After the storm subsided, I was finally able to shake off the imaginary steel band that had been threatening to make my skull implode. The beautiful California sun had emerged from behind the storm clouds, and an orderly had set me up in a lawn chair on the impeccably groomed, endless expanse of gorgeous green lawn on the hospital grounds. I sat there alone, basking in the not too hot, not too cool air. My hair was short and clean, as were my clothes. I had awakened one day to find my room filled with several bags of brand new clothes that Courtney had sent over. I felt more aware and alive than I could ever remember, although my arms looked as though I'd tried to kill myself, white bandages from wrist to elbow. I was no longer imprisoned by any drug, did not have to hit the streets and hustle. For the first time in years, I had nowhere to be at all. It was an exceptionally peaceful moment. I marveled at my incredible good fortune.
So you got a good life of drugs and relaxing and sitting back and feeling good. Mm-hmm. And now Anthony Bourdain, and he was really best friends with him at the point of his murder. I believe Anthony Bourdain was killed as well. So do many other people. When did Mark Lanigan get the 50 grand? Oh, he got it around 1997 from Courtney Love. Oh, that's the same year El Duce spoke out about 50 grand. And that Alan Wrench was going around saying he killed Alan. Wow. Snapshotting that. Google is better than ChatGPT. ChatGPT will tell you things that are really not true. When was Mark Lanigan the caregiver of Duff McKagan's home? 1997. Looks like immediately following a stint in rehab funded by Courtney Love. So she waited a few years before giving him money like that. Wow. All that's 1997. When the Kurt and Courtney documentary was being made. And then, yeah. And released too. Wow. So that means Alan Wrench was being a distraction in the background. Mark Lanigan and Courtney Love were doing it. That's 1997 exactly. Wow. What month of 1997 was that? How is nobody else putting all this together? Doesn't say a specific month. The caretaking arrangement likely began in the late months of 1997. El Duce died like 4 months before December, so that's the late months of 1997. What else can we look up? I'm snapshotting all that stuff. I'll put it in a new video. That right there, though, holy crap. I'm going to snapshot Mark's book where he's talking about the 50 grand, the actual page of it. This is the guy that everyone was looking for in that Unsolved Mysteries episode that they were referring to being the killer. And Dylan, and probably John Hicks. It's freaky knowing he could be listening. Snapshot that part in his book. You crop them all, make them good. He was probably paid money to be a distraction, exactly, which would explain his studio and why he had all that money in a new vehicle. All right, a snapshot. I've cropped it. Save. That makes sense why he would have the money, yeah. And there's different parts of his book that I wanted to look up. It was chapter 3, I think. I took the notes. Chapter 3, I need to look up Murderous Rage. Wow, it won't even let me search now. Just open it with a different app. Got it. Wow, so yeah, 1 million would be nothing to give away, or 2 million even, or 3 million. And she spent a lot of the money on herself too, and then she has to give some to Dave and Chris, and they didn't get a lot. They complained about that. Save that for too. We got it. And the lead belly part, that was a really important one. Okay, I've got that one. Just a sec. So we made the 50 grand connection. 1997. I really need to organize the Mark Lanigan stuff into a certain folder again. I do that so quickly. Found. Yeah, and she was deported. I'm just arranging all the photos right now. Let me get the Living Dead lyrics. Living Dead, Mark Lanigan lyrics. Right about that. Let me put that to make my own photo edit of it, and so I use a black background, and then I put my screenshots over it of the information that needs to get out there. Saved it. Got it. Yes. I want to read those lyrics again. All right. So, Living Dead, Mark Lanigan and Joe Cardamore. Moan. Verse 2. Do you remember your daddy and how he lost his mind? Do you remember seeing the beast in his eyes? He's gone over the wall and he's on his way home. Your daddy's over the wall. Your daddy's on his way. Your daddy's coming home. He's only 2 states away. He's just a bullet away. He's just a card theft away. He's just a phone call away. He's just a shadow away. And that has Duff McKagan in the music video for it. And that's the same last album he did that has the song 2:32 a.m. on it. So all that's really telling. And let me name these photos. So the Unsolved Mysteries tips. Caller asked if detectives have found a silver ring or an ear clip at the scene in the corner of the room. Caller was just wondering because a silver ring or ear clip belongs to someone that might have committed the crime. They were asked how they knew that, and the caller answered, "I don't want to tell." The other Unsolved Mysteries tip. Caller was abrupt and did not want to stay on the phone. Just quickly said that she knew of Kurt's death in 1994, and investigators need to be looking for Mark, no last name given, a close associate of Kurt's. By Tammy Hill. Tammy Hill is mentioned in Lanigan's autobiography. I'm just going to snapshot that part again, too. Tammy Hill, Mark Lanigan autobiography. What the fuck? Looks like it's being covered up. Don't worry, I snapshotted that before. Sing backwards and weep. Where does he mention Tammy Hill? Oh, wow. Hill was his high school girlfriend. Their early bond, she stood by him despite his burgeoning reputation as a troublemaker in their small town. Wow. So that was one of Mark's high school girlfriends that gave those Unsolved Mysteries tips. Wow, that comes directly from one of Mark Lanigan's girlfriends. And that was 1997. She became distant. They became distant when the eventual strain his erratic behavior and budding alcoholism placed on the relationship, leading to its end as he moved further towards a career in music and a life of heavy drug use. Wow. Another piece of the puzzle, yep. Saving that. I'm just naming all of the photos now, naming them. Wow, we got Mark Lanigan in this, regardless of what other people on YouTube want to say. That goes against what Joe Burns, the eyewitness, is saying that he's seen. Mark even had scratches on his face when you look at that photo up close of him at Kurt's memorial the following days, but they were dried and healing. Mm-hmm. Just all these things in a video that I have saved into this Lanigan folder is so good. Even poses that he did, it's just so revealing. Yep. Sunday night, 2:32 a.m. Mark Lanigan lyrics. There's a chill in my bones. Something's invading my home. Sunday night, 2:30 a.m. Snapshot that. Get all that. Oh wow, nice, good. That will keep you up literally all night with a pen. Holy moly. All those books. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just itching, yeah. What a perfect excuse. So at 2:30 a.m. he would have been having his cigarette, the last one that wages us in, and then at 2:32 the shot is done. Easter Sunday. Just after midnight, there's a darkness all over. What if Kurt did return like after midnight, after the cards were canceled? Going off these lyrics a little bit more. Yeah. We got him. And I'm pretty sure here that the third individual is John Hicks, who he mentioned in the same chapter where he let us know that he lied about his statement in 1994 to everybody. So, well, I have those as well. I need to put into the folder. I'm just going to get everything that points to Lanigan in one folder and constantly make videos on that for the time being until people really pick up on it. More and more people. Because we have people denying what the eyewitness is saying for some reason. Those. Oh, yeah. Right? Not going to that. Oh, I have to wait for my battery to charge more. Trying to think about what else I'm looking for here. Oh yeah, that chapter where he's talking about one morning in early April, where he's changed his story from what he said in 1994, the June 2nd interview from Rolling Stone. Yeah, I got that. That's chapter 22, Days Gone Dark. Dark Mark. Oh, that's from Bleed All Over? Wow. Okay, I'm gonna look at that. Got that part too. These and Mark Lanigan. And then the photos from Joe's book too, which reference that. A lot stacking up against him. Just a second. Yeah, I moved them all into a folder. 71 photos in it. Oh boy. Just have to rename these. Mark statement, June 2nd, 1994. Mark's 1994 statement. Mark's 2020 statement. Kurt not respecting Mark. Blowing Smoke Part 1. These are photos of him that he did on purpose. Blowing Smoke Part 2. Easter tattoo photos. All blistered in blue Courtney drawing. Scratches enhanced. Scratches at memorial. Bloody shotgun trigger and blistered finger. And did you notice Kurt's finger that they want to say, not the one that was on his left hand that was on the barrel of the shotgun, but his right hand that they pointed out and made it look like he pulled the trigger? We didn't see any blood there. We've seen that photo. So whose blood is on that trigger right there? All that blood. Because that would have made, like you would have seen it on the floor. There's even a side photo of his trigger finger, and you can't see it, like, looking as bad as Mark's. It was probably on maybe at the same time, possibly, that Mark's was. It would have to be if he did that. Tammy Hill Tip Part 1. Tammy Hill Tip Part 2. Tammy Hill Tip, different photo. Tammy Hill reference from book. Kurt being walked out unconscious by Mark and Dylan. Mark's place, which was 15 minutes away. Hanging on for Dylan Carlson. You held your tongue despite what evil thing I'd done. How does Who Killed Kurt not pick up on any, or like? Kurt was bothered by something. Saturday sticking to himself mainly. Kurt was bothered by something. That was Saturday. When they showed up on Sunday. Two a.m. on Sunday they show up. A.m. on Sunday they show up. Dylan asking Joe where Kurt is. Around 2:30 a blast. Joe hears it. 2:30 a blast. 2 hears. Oh my gosh. 30 a blast. Joe hears it. Callie pushing them away, and Joe going out for a cigarette before he hears the shot. Mark's death by misadventure. Broken ankle looking photo. Mark Lanigan let it bleed. Bleed all over. Okay. Mark's hand symbols. Mark's hand symbols part 2. John Hicks. Mark, Dylan, and Kurt, Part 1. Mark's Tombstone. Mark's Tombstone, Part 2. Mark's Tombstone, Part 3. Shoved microphone. He likes to make a point of shoving the microphone right up to his mouth and like forcefully. Shoved microphone. Part 2. There we go. Just have a quick smoke. No, I was going through all the photos I put together based on proving that it was Mark Lanigan. I have over 70 photos of so. Cheers. That's a lot. There, we're at the 3-hour mark now. I guess we'll go over a little bit more of Mark's book from the beginning, since we got into all the details throughout the book that really mattered. As I go find a cigarette and roll another joint as well. Let's see.
Chapter 1. Childhood of the Fiend. With the umbilical cord wrapped around my neck, I was born by C-section in November 1964, and then came up on the wrong side of the Cascade Mountains in the small eastern Washington town of Ellensburg. My family were from a long line of coal miners, loggers, bootleggers, South Dakotan dirt farmers, criminals, convicts, and hillbillies of the roughest, most ignorant sort. They came from Ireland, Scotland, and other parts of the UK. My grandmother on my mother's side had been born in Wales to Welsh parents. The names of my grandparents, aunts, uncles, and parents came straight out of the Appalachians to the deserts of eastern Washington and every trailer park in between. Names like Marshall and Floyd, my grandfathers. Ella and Emma, my grandmothers. Roy, Marvin, and Virgil, my uncles. Margie, Donna, and Laverne, my aunts. Dale, my father. Floy, my mother. My older sister had been given the name Trina. I was the only one who escaped with the non-backwoods white bread name, a name I hated, but thanked God for when I found out that my mother had originally intended to name me Lance. Lance Lanigan. I could think of nothing more humiliating or ridiculous than thank my father for not allowing it. After that, I could live with Mark, but I always preferred to simply be called by my surname, Lanigan. If I were introducing myself to a stranger, I would always use my middle name, William. As if by telepathy, though, that was how most of my teachers, coaches, and acquaintances referred to me, Lanigan. Both of my parents had come from backgrounds of extreme poverty and cruel deprivation. Both of their lives had been transformed by tragedy when they were young. Both of my parents were the first members of their large families to go to college. Both became school teachers. School was something I just could not do. Caged behind a desk, I never tried to pay attention to what was being taught. I was often lost in daydreams about my first love, baseball. After school, I'd spend hours playing game after game in a makeshift field on a neighbor's property until it was too dark to see. Finally, I'd shuffle slowly home to endure the inevitable torrent of verbal abuse from my mother. The main focus of her rage, although there were many brutal angles to her attacks, was the fact that I was never home. She herself was the reason I stayed away. To avoid her corrosive mental beatdowns, both my older sister Trina and I looked for any excuse to be elsewhere. From my earliest memories, Trina and I were also at each other's throats. And since my father was hardly ever home, it meant I was at both females' mercies at all times. The only thing that ever seemed to give my mother pleasure was bullying and ridiculing me and anything I showed interest in. One of her favorite rote sayings as she slapped me in the face was, "You're not my son." How I wish that were true. As a 6-year-old child, she had witnessed her father being murdered on the front lawn of her family home, then had been raised in all-male logging camps where her mother worked as a cook. She had then grown into a toxic adult, a piece of work, as my father would say. When my parents split, I gladly opted to remain with my father. Though he'd always projected a deep, quiet sadness around him, he was a good-hearted and caring man who meant well. But from the time I was very young, he could not control me. I shoplifted Snickers, Three Musketeers, Milky Way, and Almond Joy candy bars from the Bales grocery store across the street from my school, and then sold them to my classmates at a discount. I became obsessed with playing quarters, a game where the participants tossed coins off a wall. Whoever landed closest to the wall won all the money. I spent every spare minute rounding up kids to play and would get pissed when the bell rang to return to class. A close friend's father was a gambling device salesman who traveled to bars and taverns around the state, selling punch boards and other amusements for the drunks to waste their dollars on. One weekend, I stayed at my friend's while his parents were gone. "Hey, Matt, let's get in and check out your dad's stuff." That was all it took. We climbed through a window into the barn where his dad kept his merchandise. I grabbed a few punch boards from his stash and took them home. Even then, I was plagued with this devilish obsessive focus, and whenever I saw an opportunity to get over, it kicked in hard. With nothing but time on my hands, I went to work. Over the next few days, I painstakingly split the boards open with a flat-edged screwdriver, extremely careful to not leave any obvious marks of damage. I then spent hours carefully unrolling the tiny pieces of paper inside, removing the ones with the $20, $50, and $100 winning numbers, replacing the $1, $2, and $5 winners and other non-winners back into their slots. Then I carefully glued both halves of the board back together. My handiwork was so tidy you couldn't tell anything had been done. I carried the boards in my gym bag from class to class all day and sold punches to kids for $1 a shot. No one ever won the big money, of course, since I had already removed all those slips, much to my friend Matt's amusement. My obsessive hustling consumed my every day, every action, every thought. It was the first thing on my mind upon waking and the last thing I thought about before going to sleep. It made me an unpopular figure among some of the other students who were overwhelmed by my aggressiveness, my willingness to take their money. But it never mattered how much or how little money I had. I only came alive with the inventing of ways to get it and the action of getting it. It would get worse. While in junior high, I began stealing a few cans of beers from my old man's endless supply and started smuggling them to school in my gym bag. He was also a carpenter and had built a full-size bar and a room to play cards with his cronies in next to my bedroom in our basement. He built them out of old wood he'd gotten for free by doing demolition of barns in the area. I drank the purloined beers in an unused janitor's closet between classes or behind some tall bushes on school grounds at recess. I began smoking weed, only one of 3 junior high kids in my small rural town who did. I became a petty thief. Every class period, I would ask to use the restroom, and then I'd make my way down to the gym locker room, where I'd rifle through the pants of all the kids who didn't lock their stuff up. Change, paper money, whatever was there, I'd take. The only class period I didn't steal was my own, and I was never caught. My father spent scant time trying to parent me. Due to his own prodigious drinking schedule and his lifelong interest in playing cards all night with his pals and chasing women, he quickly gave up trying to enforce any kind of control. That happily left me to run feral in the streets. After the unpleasant years under my mother's thumb, I loved my father for this new freedom to explore my current compulsions, my wild fascinations, my burgeoning perverse fetishes. I felt like the luckiest kid I knew. No rules, no curfew, no nothing. By age 12, I was a compulsive gambler, a fledgling alcoholic, a thief, a porno fiend. My porn magazine collection was massive. I'd found most of it by spending hours going through the dumpsters near student housing on the college campus. I had trouble finding a place to conceal it all in the large split-level house I shared with just my father and a couple of dogs. Hiding anything I wanted kept private had become a necessity when my folks were still together. When I was 9, my mother had discovered a box of unused condoms I'd fished out of a garbage can, and she'd hit the roof. Shortly before my folks split up, she found a pop pipe in my room and insisted I see a psychologist. He told me, "I think it's your mother that needs counseling, not you." Still, the only thing my dad would not abide was his 13-year-old son smoking marijuana. I sometimes hid my weed and smoking apparatus, bongs, papers, and whatnot, in the doghouse under our carport. Several times I discovered my shit not disappeared but destroyed, either stomped by boot or smashed by hammer. I wised up and got the message and found new hiding places. My dad believed actions spoke louder than words. I could probably count all the conversations of deep importance we ever had on 1.5 hands. One evening, he called me upstairs. "Mark, come on up here. We need to talk." I assumed the cops had come looking for me again, told him what they thought I'd done, and had given him a time frame in which to bring me into the station. "Sure, Dad, what's up?" "Well," he said, "I'm a teacher, and my classes are made of kids who don't have half the opportunities or skills or drive that you have. Every year, 1 or 2 new students arrive, and I get an overwhelming feeling that they will one day end up in county lockup, prison, or in an early grave. You'd be surprised at how often it comes true. Son, I get the same feeling watching you making your way through life, just however you please. You think the rules that apply to the rest of us people don't apply to you. I'm talking to you tonight because I've come to the conclusion that even though you've already learned a few tough lessons, you have many more coming. You're going to have to learn them a very hard and painful way. You are exactly like your Uncle Virgil. He had nothing but pain, turmoil, and trouble from the day he was born until the day he died. My Uncle Virgil had died of terminal alcoholism in an old folks' home at age 43. He had crisscrossed the country for years, hitching rides on hundreds of trains, an actual hobo. As a college student, my dad had been burdened with the task of traveling around the Northwest to pay my uncle's bail. He'd had to get Virgil out of jail so often that he'd obviously developed some resentments. Virgil rode the rails until one night he fell under a train, drunk, and it cut off both his legs. My father told me he had been in his brother's hospital room when Virgil came to and realized his legs were gone. "What did he say?" I had asked him. With his typical spare language, my father had replied, "Well, he wasn't too goddamn happy." While cleaning out my grandmother's house after she died so it could be demolished, my father and I had found a shoebox full of postcards Virgil had written from every part of the U.S. Each one started the same, telling where he was writing from, then what menial job he was working. Each one ended exactly the same. Every single one of them sent to his mother. "Mark," my father said, "you seem unable to change. You refuse to be teachable." Teachable. That was one of his favorite words. I forced myself not to roll my eyes. "So I'm suggesting you start right now to toughen up, and by that I mean smarten up. I'm not talking about fighting. You do that enough already, and I'm tired of paying for your broken hands." It seemed every other altercation I got in, I broke a knuckle. "You need to toughen up your mind and body. Places you're headed, son. You will need every ounce of strength and all the wits that you have in order to survive. I don't know why, but you just came out of the box this way. Just like Virgil, goddammit," he said, shaking his head. It was true. Out of everyone I knew, I was seemingly the most uncanny human shit magnet ever manufactured. Brawling had been a constant from grade school through high school. At age 14, I'd been punched in the face by a grown man outside a small tavern at the edge of a trailer park after asking him to buy beer for me and my buddies. I even carried a lifelong small black dot of a tattoo on my face from where a kid had buried a pencil in it, attempting to put out my eye one day. Yet, as a young child, sitting on the floor near where Virgil sat in his wheelchair, a blanket on his lap, he struck me as the exact opposite of the troubled, morose picture my father had painted of him. When I knocked on the hollow cosmetic prosthetics he wore under his pants, he'd lean his head back and roar with laughter. His raven black, slick back hair reminded me of Elvis Presley. One day I saw a strangely compelling photo of a shirtless man on the cover of Cream magazine at Ellensburg's lone comic book record store, Ace Books and Records. I asked the owner, Tim Nelson, who it was. "That, my friend, is Iggy Pop." In the culturally isolated cow town where I lived, all that was played on the local radio station was country music. No one in Ellensburg even knew who Jimi Hendrix was, born only 100 miles away in Seattle. Tim played me some early punk rock 45s, and I was instantly grabbed and fucked hard. The Sex Pistols' Anarchy in the UK was the revelation that changed my life instantly and forever. I was mesmerized by this aggressive and snarling music. As a little kid, I'd owned one Alice Cooper record and listened to it obsessively, but this was something exotic, something that spoke to me in a way I couldn't articulate. All I knew was I had to have more. Within a couple of days, I'd traded in all the comic books I'd collected as a child for records. The Sex Pistols, Damned, Stranglers, the Ramones, Iggy, David Bowie, the New York Dolls, and Velvet Underground. It was a veritable miracle that these records could even be found here, but Tim Nelson was a unique cat who looked like a hippie, but had broad taste and a curiosity for the new and different. I thank God I found them, and I listened to these records in solitude for years. Frequent run-ins with law enforcement did little to improve my opinion of authority figures. At 15, I was brought in and questioned about some car stereos that had been stolen from a dealership lot. When I failed to give up the name of the guy I knew was responsible, Captain Kuchin himself came in the room and was left alone with me. Fabian Kuchin was a notoriously hard character. He had performed the job of local enforcer brutally for several years. One arm was in a cast from some rough arrest or bar brawl. "Son, I'm going to ask you one more time. Who lifted these stereos?" "I don't know." The instant the words left my mouth, he clubbed me in the head with the cast on his broken arm, knocking me off the chair and onto the floor. "Maybe you'll give it a little more thought the next time I ask you something." That wouldn't be the last time cops would kick the shit out of me in Ellensburg. A few years later, while leaving a 4th of July celebration, I was whacked in the nuts and the back of the head by baton-wielding deputies who had me face down on the asphalt. Kuchin got busted a few years later for selling a couple of ounces of cocaine to some undercover federal agents. He was given a measly $25,000 fine and a year of work release. A prime example of the corruption endemic to my town's local law enforcement, who had always had a hard-on for me. I rejoiced at the news of Kuchin's arrest anyway. I had always wished him the worst. In high school, I played baseball, which I loved, and football, which I loathed. I I was one of 2 quarterbacks on our team, and we were terrible. Sure, I could throw, and the other quarterback could run, but that didn't add up to a winning combo. Our tight end was a giant, already 6'7" at age 16, a strong, fast, and powerful player, but with hands like a kitchen sieve. Whenever I dropped back to pass in the few seconds I had before being crushed by the opposing defense, he was the only target I would ever see. No matter how many times I threw a strike, the football bounced laughably off his hands, helmet, face mask, or torso. He went on to a successful decade-long career in the NFL, but as a lineman, a brute just there to block and never touch the ball. After most games, we'd limp off the field, defeated, carrying our black and blue asses into the locker room in our otherwise useless hands. And I was the odd man out. Despite playing a position that predisposed leadership, most of my teammates treated me with barely concealed contempt. I couldn't fathom their concern for their grade point averages, cheerleader girlfriends, and school functions. I laughed to myself when I watched them working so hard together as a group to cheat on their schoolwork. I didn't even give enough fucks to cheat. I never did one piece of homework my entire high school career. I couldn't have cared less if I failed or by some twist of fate passed any of my classes. For that, I was treated with a mixture of curiosity, dislike, and fear. I kept to myself and took no shit. That enticed some of the supposed tough guys to try and poke the bear. On a bus ride home from another loss, someone asked to hear what I was listening to on my Walkman. My punk rock playlist was diplomatically passed around so every member of the team could partake in my ridicule. I'll never forget how they laughed and looked at me as though I were crazy. A running back, one of the most popular guys on the team, threw an ice cube at my head to amuse his friends. I broke my hand punching him out in the rear of the bus and then spent the rest of that season playing running back myself, my throwing hand in a hard cast wrapped in several layers of foam rubber and tape. In the off season, I was a full-blown alcoholic. Each day on my way home from school, I got off the bus while still in town, stopped at a grocery store and shoplifted a pint bottle of MD 2020, a fortified wine more commonly known as Mad Dog. I would slip the flat bottle down the front of my pants, casually stroll out the door, then walk up the street to the park to drink it. Then I would go back and get another one. Those flat bottles, it was like they were designed to make that rock gut wine easier to steal. After my second bottle, I'd stop by the college campus to rip off a bicycle. Then it was a drunken, harrowing ride, often broken up by a few wipeouts before I came to a canal that ran through the fields about a half mile from my house. There I would toss the bike in the water, cross the bridge, and walk the rest of the way home. This went on for a couple of years. My father was arrested for drunk driving and had his license to drive taken away. This coincided with my passing driving class, and while everyone else my age got their certificates in cars, I had to wait until my father was legal again with fully reinstated auto insurance before I was able to get my own. He spent 6 weekends in jail and paid a fairly hefty fine. It burned me up that 6 months after passing my test, I still couldn't legally drive. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, I got my driver's license at almost age 17. Late one afternoon, I took a girl for a ride down the dirt road adjacent to the canal to drink some beer and hopefully fuck. At one point, she got out to urinate in the bushes. When she came back, she was vibrating with excitement. "Mark, you've got to come over here and see this." She walked me over to the now dry canal, littered with the rusted out, reed-covered skeletons of 70 or more bicycles. I felt the thief's guilty flush creep up the back of my neck. "Weird," I said, and then steered her back to the car. All my secret shit. There was no way I was then or ever going to give any of it up. Summer of my senior year, I finally decided, fuck football. My only friend on the team, a tough and savvy streetwise surrogate big brother named Dean Zeke Dazinski, had graduated the previous year. He'd been my drinking buddy, advisor, and on a few occasions when I'd needed it, protector. While going in to suit up for practice one day, I'd found my helmet filled and dripping with soda. The prankster had been the biggest, heaviest lineman on our team, an extremely large, dark-skinned black guy who weighed well over 300 pounds named Waddell Snyder. I was a frequent target of his jokes and abuse, and he rarely missed an opportunity to give me shit. The entire team had watched in awe after practice that day as Zeke had spent 10 long minutes putting the most intense, calculated, physically dismantling ass-kicking I'd ever witnessed on the huge, slow, hapless, loudmouth bully. He connected punch after pummeling punch to the big kid's face until it was nearly unrecognizable. Needless to say, Del Snyder never so much as spoke to me again. Had also been completely out of step with my other teammates and their juvenile concerns, and had hated our head coach from the beginning. The way he bossed me around like I was a private at boot camp had never sat right with me. When I declined to show up for the first day of summertime practice for what would have been my last season, our coach decided to make a personal appearance at my house. When he failed to reel me back in, he got angry, pointed a finger at my chest and my yard, and called me a quitter and a loser. My dad, who was also a teacher at my high school, finally came out of the house. "Hey, coach," he said nonchalantly, "why don't you get the fuck off my property before I call the cops?" I laughed out loud. Although every other word out of my dad's mouth was "God damn it" or bullshit, I'd never in my life heard him say fuck. That he saved it for my coach, his coworker, brought me untold amounts of joy. After drinking for hours at my house with a friend one night, I talked him into executing a dark idea that had haunted my mind and rolled around my head for several years. We drove deep into the countryside in my friend's Jeep until we found the van that belonged to my probation officer, who I detested. It sat in a field being used to store hay for her husband's cattle, a utility vehicle to cover the several acres of property they owned. While my buddy stole engine parts and tools, I destroyed the van with a sledgehammer. On the way home, the car stereo between the two front seats started to short out. When we both reached down to jiggle it back to life, my friend took his drunken eye off the road, sending us straight down into the deep ditch alongside the pavement. I was tossed out of the Jeep and thrown violently across the asphalt. I went to brush the hair out of my face and it all came off in my hand. I was partially scalped, the side of my head badly lacerated. My friend, who was driving, had his thumb torn off. We walked almost a mile to the nearest farmhouse, my pal holding his thumb in place, moaning in agony, blood gushing out of the hole in his hand. It was 4 a.m. and we banged on the door for help. We were greeted by the homeowner pointing his shotgun at our faces. As we stood in his kitchen waiting for an ambulance, I stared at the huge pool of our blood collecting on the ancient linoleum tile floor. I was read my rights by a cop while lying in a hospital bed. When my case went to trial, my previous offenses were taken into account: vandalism, car prowling, multiple counts of illegal dumping of garbage, trespassing, 26 tickets for underage drinking, shoplifting alcohol, possession of marijuana, bicycle theft, tool theft, theft of car parts, theft of motorcycle parts, urinating in public, theft of beer keg and taps, insurance fraud, theft of car stereos, public drunkenness, breaking and entering, possession of stolen property, and on my second arrest for urinating in public, a disorderly conduct charge. I was convicted on the vandalism, theft, and underage drinking charges, but taking into consideration my long juvenile record, they sentenced me to 18 months in prison. I would do my time at Shelton, the medium security prison in Washington. As I stood in court to hear my sentencing, the judge reviewed my rap sheet, then addressed me directly. "Has anyone ever tried to get you help for your problem, son?" I said nothing. "Looking at this record, it's glaringly obvious that you are an alcoholic and a drug addict. Every single one of these charges is drug and alcohol related." I still said nothing. "Madam Prosecutor, I find it somewhat difficult to comprehend your willingness to send an 18-year-old boy still in high school to prison. I am shocked that it did not occur to you to help this kid. Mr. Lanigan, I'm giving you a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I strongly suggest you do some soul-searching and self-reflection. I am suspending the sentence on the condition that you complete a year of outpatient substance abuse treatment. You are also hereby ordered by the court to take regular supervised doses of the drug Antabuse. If you fail to meet these requirements to the T, I'll have no qualms about sending you to Shelton for a year and a half. I walked out in a daze. I knew the judge had cut me a huge break, but my biggest concern was how I'd be able to drink while taking a drug that existed solely to make you deathly ill if you drank. As a kid, in the middle of wintertime at a local park, I'd seen a Native American man drink after he'd taken it, and he'd become wretched, lying on his back on a picnic table, groaning in misery. I knew better than to tempt fate and to drink alcohol during my court-ordered year of sobriety. But in 1982, nobody in my program even got piss tested. I continued to sell and use weed and acid daily. Almost every day before school, I'd eat a small hit of acid, do a couple hits of weed, and hop in my truck and head to class. 4 nights a week I went to my program. Many times in group when the counselor went around the room asking everyone, "Clean and sober today?" I'd be stoned or lightly frying on acid. 2 weeks into my final season of baseball, I was having my best year ever, by far. Even though it was still early in the season, I was nonetheless hitting .700 and sometimes batting cleanup or fifth, depending on the opposing lineup, the 2 power spots in the batting order. Pitching had become practically effortless. I was brought in as a closer in the final couple of innings if we were leading. Throwing at least twice as hard as our starting pitcher, I either struck out batter after batter or wildly beamed them in the body or in the head, giving them a free ride to first. With that well-deserved reputation for wildness, I already had the advantage as opposing hitters stepped in because no one wanted to get hit with a fastball, and I once or twice closed the game with 3 straight strikeouts. Finally, after years of mediocre seasons, my burning desire to win was being fulfilled. And it was rumored that scouts who worked for college teams had begun to turn up to see us play. Although with my 7 stories below average grades, it was a virtual impossibility that I'd ever make it to college. Baseball had provided escape from my mother as a child, but it was doubtfully going to be my ticket out of the stagnant puddle of piss that Ellensburg had become to me. Our high school vice principal turned up at practice and pulled Coach Taylor aside. We couldn't hear what they were saying, but when my coach threw his hat to the ground and got up in the administrator's face like an angry pro manager arguing a call with an umpire, my teammates laughed. I laughed along with them. Then the coach called me over. It had been brought to the school's attention that I had failed the home economics class the previous semester and thus had not passed the minimum amount of classes required to participate in sports. The vice principal had been informing the coach that my baseball career was over. Taylor wasn't ready to accept this decision, so he went to the home economics teacher who had blown the whistle on me in the first place. She made a deal with him. If I could get to school an hour before regular classes began and take her class again, then I could continue to play baseball, the only thing I cared about. I worried how I'd be able to get to school at a time when I'd normally be doing bong hits in my bedroom, but I agreed to the deal. I would have agreed to anything to be able to keep playing. My first day of early morning home economics part 2, my teacher had a few things she wanted to get off her chest. "Mark Lanigan, you're one of the students I watch walking around this school who make me sick to my stomach." This I had not anticipated. "I know you think you are Joe Cool, but I'm here to tell you that you're sadly mistaken. What you are is a piece of trash. I only agreed to this because I want you to see what you're really made of, although I already know. And don't think you're fooling me or anyone else. I'm well aware you're taking marijuana every day." That last part, she'd nailed correctly. If you think this is going to be easy, then again, you are mistaken, my friend. You'll find this class to be much more difficult now, since the last time you were here, you seemed to think it was some sort of joke. It's no joke, buddy. You will have a ton of homework, and I will expect you to have it finished every morning when you arrive. If you are ever late with anything, then our deal is off. I wish you the best of luck. All of this at 7 in the morning? I was confused at her hostility because although I'd been absent during much of her class the previous semester, I was never one to cause problems, raise hell, or even talk in class. Sure, I'd received an F on my end of semester project, the easiest thing to make, It consisted of simply sewing 2 pieces of nylon material of the exact same length together. But it, like almost anything that involved some bullshit skill I knew I would never need to know, proved to be beyond my capabilities. Somehow, I'd rubbed her the wrong way, and she took delight in the payback. I was no math wizard, but I easily added up the score to this one. She'd agreed not to help me, but to inflict pain, and to make it impossible for me to comply. She may as well have been my own mother. I felt an unfamiliar sadness welling up in my chest. My lifelong dream of playing baseball was done. Besides punk rock and getting loaded and laid, it was the only thing in life I cared about. Here I was yet again, a piece of detritus, seemingly destined for the shit heap. Thanks for opening my eyes to your kind intentions, Mrs. Stevens. I guess I have no option other than to decline your generous offer. I turned and left. When I showed up late to practice that day and handed my coach my carefully folded uniform, he looked like he was going to cry. Or maybe I just felt like I might myself. I'm sorry, Coach, I said, but the deck is stacked. I can't do it. She never intended for me to be able to. I barely squeezed out of high school with a below D- average on a phony diploma cooked up by some of my dad's sympathetic coworkers. I completed my year's drug and alcohol program, and a court-appointed attorney then petitioned the court to have my entire juvenile and adult record expunged. I moved into a college housing duplex project, working for the owner shampooing carpets all day and selling weed and acid and partying all night. One late afternoon, I ate way too much acid and had an extremely long, extremely bad trip. My friends had to roll me up in a carpet to restrain me. The next morning, I took a bong hit and it catapulted me right back into my LSD nightmare. After that, every time I attempted to smoke weed, it would instantly thrust me back into that same terrifying place. My routine of staying off alcohol by constant use of marijuana and LSD went out the window. I submitted wholly to alcoholism. I blacked out nearly every time I drank. I owned a Yamaha 750. I'd originally had my eyes on a used Triumph chopper, but was short the cash to get it and consoled myself with what I considered an inferior Japanese bike. I loved that 750 anyway, the sense of freedom it gave me while riding. I often rode my motorcycle hundreds of miles while blacked out, and with no helmet. I would come to in some unfamiliar rundown motel, stagger to the front desk and ask, "What time is it?" And "What day is it?" And then, "What town is this?" Head pounding with a terrible hangover, I'd wander around some shitty town I had zero recollection of until I found my bike. Somehow I pulled off the miracle of this crazed routine over and over again without dying. The only time I dumped the thing was when I had to stop at a red light. Too drunk to hold it up, my machine and I would fall harmlessly to our side. My high school girlfriend Deborah had quit college, come back to town, and moved in with me. I resolved to quit drinking and then spent a hellish year attempting to quit and failing. I couldn't get past Friday night. I would drink for 24 hours, no drugs, just drinking and not sleeping. Then I'd be unconscious for 24 hours. Then 48 hours of the DTs. I'd lie on my back in bed with the big black rotary dial telephone sitting on my chest, just waiting to call an ambulance because I was sure that at any moment I was about to die. Come Friday, despite my best efforts to maintain sobriety, as the day went on, I would find myself coming out of my skin until at some agonizing point, I'd inevitably fold and do it all over again. It was an unbearable roller coaster ride that took such a toll, mentally and physically, that I actually contemplated suicide. If this is how life was going to be, I'd be better off dead. While working as a mechanic's assistant during harvesting season in the local pea fields, I made up my mind to leave for Las Vegas, where my cousin said he had a job for me at his restaurant. The day before I was to escape my life of drudgery in redneck rural Washington, my legs got crushed by a tractor in an industrial accident. I was bedridden, in excruciating pain, lost in anger. I'd never make it out of Ellensburg alive. Deborah had suffered enough by now and had left me for her boss at a pizza place. In a fury, I knocked out all the windows in my apartment with the end of one of my crutches, then fell into brooding despair. After 3 days of no sleep and constant silent rage, I realized that I'd made it past Friday night. I'd been trying to do that for a year. I'd been reviled as a town drunk before I could even legally drink. I'd had a full beard at 18 years old and started drinking in bars, always blacking out and bringing unwanted attention to myself in ways that often resulted in violence. More than once, I woke up in jail and had to gingerly pull the pillow off my face, stuck to it with my own blood. Now that heartbreak had gotten me sober, I developed a bad case of insomnia and spent my nights wandering around Ellensburg on foot, chain smoking. At times, I'd be stopped and questioned by the police. They had been on my back since day one, and it gave me some small satisfaction when they saw I was not drunk or guilty of anything and had to let me go. Shortly before I turned 21, I found myself in the unlikely role of rock singer in an up-and-coming underground band with plenty of opportunity for female companionship. Thank God Deborah left me. The first time I saw Van Connor, he was just a little kid lying in a wading pool in his front yard, smiling at me as I walked to grade school. In a town of 8,000, I always knew who he was after that, but we didn't interact. We met again by chance during a stint I did in detention hall during my final year of high school. He was only a sophomore, but in 6 years he was the only other person I'd encountered in Ellensburg who appreciated punk. He and his brother Lee were both gigantic, over 6 foot, maybe 300 pounds. Van would come to my apartment, buy and smoke some weed, and we'd laugh and listen to records. I ran into him again after I'd quit drinking. Hey man, good to see you. What have you been up to? Nothing really, just looking for a job. I need to make some dough and get out of here. I don't sell weed anymore. I don't even smoke anymore, or drink. Hey, you know what? Just today my dad said we needed to hire someone to do repo work for the store. You're perfect for it. What do you mean? He had my interest. We need someone to go and take back the TV sets and VCR from the trailer trash who don't make their payments. Fuck yes, I'll do that. When can I start? You can start today. Let's go talk to Gary. I found it slightly odd that Van only ever referred to his parents by their first names, but they were known around town as an eccentric family, 7 kids and 4 of them abnormally large for their ages, or any age for that matter. Gary Connor was an ex-grade school principal who now ran the most popular video store in town, renting all manner of videos and selling electronics to mostly lower-income people on a rent-to-own plan. He hired me on the spot. My dad had given me his truck when he'd become a hermit and moved to a cabin deep in the Cascade Mountains, a place he had to snowshoe in and out of in order to reach the road. The truck was a 53 Chevy with 3 on the tree. I began making daily trips all over the county, taking back what people didn't want to give me. I was a pretty big guy, 6'2" and 185 pounds. In rural Washington, violence was just something you grew up with, as common and banal as fast food. I'd learned quickly not to take shit from anyone. As a kid, my friend Dazinski had taught me to throw a punch the minute anyone attempted to bully you. As a loner with few friends, an outcast, and a frequent blackout alcoholic, that lesson served me well. That crucial first punch didn't always settle it, though, and violence became just another way of communicating, a second language I quickly became fluent in. The rednecks and poor people whose stuff I had to take, they were also made of pretty rough stock. I carried with me on the job an aluminum bat and a stolen .22 pistol with a bad pull to the right. I had confrontations with people almost daily, but I usually got what I came for. There were a few times I let discretion be the better part of valor and had to return to Gary empty-handed. He'd have to take the delinquent buyer to court and I'd lose my commission, but fuck it. It wasn't worth killing someone over a TV set. I would enter the store through a door in the rear that led into a huge back room where Van and Lee, his older brother by several years, rehearsed with their band. Van on vocals, Lee on guitar, a wholesome young church-going kid named Mark Pickerel on drums, and some other kid on bass. One night, I stood outside the door and listened to them running through an Echo and the Bunnymen song and thought, not fucking bad. Eventually, Gary offered me a job behind the counter, as I had mainly cleaned up his repo sheet for him, and he found it difficult to entice his own kids to work in the store. Hey man, do you still have that drum set? Van asked one day when it was just him and me in the store. It wasn't a complete kit, only a floor tom, a ride cymbal, and a hi-hat that a guy I'd worked with at a restaurant had traded me years before in a weed deal. No, dude, I got rid of it. Why? Me and Pickerel are sick of playing with Lee. We want to start a new band. He's going to sing, and I'm playing guitar. We want you to be the drummer. Van, I can't play the fucking drums. Are you crazy? Sorry, bud, but no thanks. It'll be easy. Pickerel can teach you. You're the only guy we know who's into the kind of music we dig. Young Mark Pickerel was already a very good drummer and a very good singer. Van and Pickerel didn't like Lee and wanted to play without him. I'll think about it, man, but I can't promise you it's going to work out. Their previous covers band had played punk and new wave tunes to indifferent crowds at school functions, church events, and other local self-made gigs. I saw no benefit in that. It led nowhere. On a night I had to go to their family home to bring Gary something from work, his gregarious wife Kathy insisted I sit down and have dinner with the family, even though my friend Van wasn't around. Mark, do you enjoy working at the store? I hear that you're a fan of the same music the boys like. Yes, ma'am, I like it very much. Thank you for hiring me. Before Van, I never met one person who liked the same music as me, so it was a pretty big deal for me to become friends with him. Well, you know that Lee writes his own songs, don't you? I think they're very good. Lee, she yelled from the kitchen table. An angry voice came from somewhere in the house. What? Leave me alone. For fuck's sake, I'm doing something. I presumed that voice belonged to Lee. I'd seen him around, but we'd never spoken. Lee, you get out here and take Mark into your room and show him your songs. Lee came stomping into the kitchen. Without looking me in the eyes, he said, Come on, then. I followed him into his bedroom. It was decorated with cartoonish psychedelia like the set of the show Laugh-In. Ornate hippie tapestries hanging off walls painted purple and green. What was the deal with this guy? Was he a fucking deadhead? So I'm working on this tune right now. You want to hear it? I did, but first I asked, what kind of cassette player is that? I'd never seen someone recording their own music. It's not a cassette player. It's a Tascam, a 4-track cassette recorder. I record a different instrument on each track and then mix them together, and it ends up being a demo. What about singing? Do you put that on there too? Yeah, I can bounce shit over to give myself more tracks and then use one for vocals, he said, going straight over my head. Anyway, here's my new one. He handed me the headphones. I put them on, and he hit play. The music was up-tempo, guitar-heavy, raw. The tune was filled with hooks, and the vocal part was surprisingly catchy. I couldn't understand many of the words, but from what I could make out, they were a bit corny. It wasn't punk or even modern like the tunes I'd heard them rehearse in the back room, but it was rough and aggressive. Despite the silly lyrics, I recognized the demo as something pretty cool, something with rugged potential. I was impressed this weird dude who created this in his bedroom. That's great, man. How many of these have you done? Probably 50 to 75 so far. I've been recording for a couple of years. Jesus Christ. I couldn't believe he'd written so many songs by himself. Van had never mentioned this aspect of his brother's life. Can I hear some more? I spent the next couple hours alone with Lee in his room, listening intently to a shitload of catchy, rough-hewn 60s garage band-styled tunes. I'd had no inkling he or anyone in town was capable of this. Hey man, let me play you this new piece of music. He proceeded to play me one more song in the same vein as the others. Do you want to sing something on this? Van told me about your first band. When I was 15, I'd worked as a janitor in a place called the Highway Grill and had been drafted to sing in a lame band with the two cooks. I'd lasted exactly one gig before I'd been fired. A drag of a party where we'd covered Styx, Van Halen, and even My Sharona. I laughed when Lee suggested I sing something over his music, but I was intrigued with this 4-track machine, this weirdo, and his songs. Over the next hour, he and I wrote cheesy words and a vocal part that felt appropriate for the garagey throwback tune. We recorded my vocals in his bedroom, an embarrassing song we called Pictures in My Mind. I rolled over the experience on my drive home. Van and Pickerel wanted him gone, but I had enjoyed writing and recording vocals for a song with this strange, mostly mute dude. Why were they ditching the only guy making original music, the only guy who wasn't content playing covers like every other stupid band in town? Lee was on to something, and I wanted in on it. So I heard you and Lee wrote a song together last night, Van said when I saw him at work the next day. Are you his new pal? Because you would be the first one he's ever had. I wouldn't go that far. He's not very easy to talk to. But you guys are crazy to kick him out. Why didn't you ever say anything about the songs he's written? 75 fucking songs? I listened to a bunch of them, and dude, he's got talent. The words need an upgrade, but besides that, the lead guitar over everything, the songs are pretty cool. He can write the fuck out of a hook. Van looked perplexed. I never really thought about it, he said. I always thought of it as his hobby, and playing covers was our serious thing. You get that backwards, man. Playing originals is the only way to be a serious band. I'll tell you what, I'll be in a band with you and Pickerel, but only under the condition that you let your brother back in and we play as originals. Van didn't say anything for a minute. Okay, my mom hit the roof anyway when she heard we were kicking him out. You'll have to sing. I'll have to play bass. Pix will stay on drums. Deal, I said. We took our name from an old Electro Harmonix guitar pedal called the Screaming Tree. The irony was, it was a treble booster, and Lee already had the thinnest, most piercing, and shittiest sounding guitar tone. In time, it became clear that Lee and I could not get along. I tried my damnedest to be friendly with him, but it was like talking to a stone. His only two speeds were mute or enraged. I would often hear him screaming, "Fuck you, Gary," at his dad on the phone. He treated the store like it was his own private bank. He would come walking in, grab a couple $100, tell his dad to fuck off, and walk out again. Despite how much we'd enjoyed hanging out and recording that first evening, I was never again asked to contribute a vocal part or lyrics to a song. Although I recognized his gift for writing catchy hooks, everything else began to get on my nerves in a big way. His lyrics were the furthest thing from good, filled with phony lines about butterflies, rainbows, smiling cats, just meaningless garbage of the worst kind. I tried every way possible to steer him towards something cool, something of our time, but it was an impossibility. The words were already completely embedded in the song, hook and melody. Time and again, I tried to change them into something that fit phonetically, but that held some sort of personal meaning to me. It was a maddening battle, one I rarely, if ever, won. But if Screaming Trees could get me out of Ellensburg, well, then that was something else. From my earliest memories, I had hated this dead-end redneck town, hated the ignorant right-wing white trash hay farmers and cattlemen talking constantly about the weather, hated the constant battering wind that blew the putrid smell of cow shit everywhere. I knew there was a world outside waiting for me, and repeatedly tried to escape. At age 15, I'd signed up for the National Guard and labored through the 8-hour test that may as well have been written in hieroglyphics. I left page after page completely blank, totally unable to understand a goddamn thing. Then I begged my father to rescind his approval after I found out that I qualified for only the lowliest of jobs, the bottom rung on the ladder. I joined a traveling circus, but was quickly fired for bizarrely refusing to cut my hair. Poor grades in my prison sentence had destroyed the fantasy of my baseball career to prevent me from leaving. Then my mangled legs had done it again. I felt cursed, trapped in an unending cycle of pointless work and petty crime, circling around town endlessly with 1,000-yard stare, desperate to escape my hometown and the diseased darkness it bred and festered in me. I had always had a strong fascination with the perverse and strange. In my early teens, I saw a vintage photo of a fully tattooed man and immediately began to tattoo myself with a sewing needle wrapped in thread and dipped into a jar of India ink I'd shoplifted from the college bookstore. Crude, jailhouse-looking tattoos, but I knew from the moment I saw that photo that someday I'd be covered in them. When I got a hold of William Burroughs' book Junkie, I knew then that I would also be a heroin addict someday. Rummaging around underneath the stands at the local college football field at age 10, I'd come across a pristine copy of Anais Nin's Adulta Venus. It helped me cultivate elaborate sexual fantasies and secret sexual obsessions of every sort and stripe. I wanted excitement, adventure, decadence, depravity, anything, everything. I would never find any of it in this dusty, isolated cowtown. If this band could get me out, get me that life I so craved, it was worth any indignity, any hardship, any torture.
So that was chapter 1 to chapter 2.
Chapter 2.
Yeah.
Chapter 2. The Fragile Kingdom. Only 6 months after our first practice, Screaming Trees went into the recording studio Creative Fire in Ellensburg and made our demo with Steve Fisk producing, a blatant 60s garage band ripoff called Other Worlds. It was released by the owner of the recording studio on his Velvetone label. The only other record Velvetone had put out was an embarrassing piece of shit called Winnebago Weekend, an album of comedy songs about the joys of RVing. Calvin Johnson, a childhood acquaintance of mine who had moved away while we were still in grade school, was now a successful underground musician living in Olympia. His band Beat Happening were a study in cool, catchy, idiosyncratic primitivism. I loved their music and Calvin's singularly offbeat singing, a style of performance. He had a cassette-only label called K. Steve Fisk was tight with them, and K started to distribute our cassette EP and help us get shows. It was only moments into the first song at our first show in Western Washington that I really understood what I was dealing with. From the first note, Lee Conner went absolutely nuts, stomping, windmilling, and rampaging across the stage and back like a maniac. My jaw dropped at the sheer audacity of his performance, as did that of every member of the small audience. I'd never seen it coming. There'd been no indication that he'd behave like this once he got in front of people. Of course, the moment the show ended, he turned back into the brooding, silent Hulk that reminded me of the textbook example of a savant. But that almost didn't matter. I and everyone else in the room had been blown away by his onstage histrionics. The Conner brothers' father put up $1,000 for us to record a full-length album called Clairvoyance that was also released on Velvetone. It was perhaps even shittier than our first recording, but by then we'd met someone who thought we could do better. The second time the Trees ever played live was opening for a loud, nuanced power trio from Portland called the Wipers. The Wipers were gods in Western Washington and Oregon. I hadn't gotten into their records, but when I witnessed it live, it stunned me like a kick to the head and I was hooked. And after that, listened to their records constantly. Their guitarist and singer was Greg Sage, a leader so charismatic that even his drummer and bass player stared at him with rapt attention throughout their concerts, his snow-white hair always covered by a bandana. Was Sage 40? 50? He was at least 10 years older than anyone else I knew, but still making vital, cool, underground rock in our part of the world, the Northwest gold standard. Much to our thrill, Sage took an interest in the band and inserted himself into our naive circle. I began to hang out with him from time to time in Portland, glad to be around this genius musician, hoping to learn something from him to take back to my band to improve it. We'd meet at a bar where he ate lunch in a seedy area of Portland, then we'd walk back to his place and talk. He concocted a plan to get the Trees signed to Enigma, the independent label that put out his records. Then he himself would produce our records. Sage had produced the first Beat Happening album, which I adored, so that was enough for me. Eventually, we received a huge 20-page contract in the mail from an Enigma offshoot label. I was immediately put off by the offer. Pink Dust appeared to be their boutique label for fake 60s psychedelia. Granted, they did have Rocky Erickson, the former singer of the 13th Floor Elevators, who we all worshipped. But their assumption that we belonged on Pink Dust with that non-punk, weak, throwback gang of rank imitators made me more determined than ever to change the trajectory of our band. I'd be damned if we didn't transcend that corny hippie ghetto and create something more original and modern. Not only was the money terrible, it was also an incredibly long 7-record deal that could tie us up forever. Still, it was the only offer on the table, and we made plans to sign it. Then, while working in the video store one day, I got a phone call out of the blue. Is this Mark Lanigan? Who's this? It's Greg Ginn from SST Records calling. Pickerel had gone to see Black Flag play at the boxing club in Seattle and managed to get a cassette of our first EP into the hands of Greg Ginn, Black Flag's guitarist and the owner of SST Records. On our first tour, we had stayed at the apartment of an old friend of Fisk's while in Los Angeles, an employee of SST named Ray Farrell. When Ray had seen us play in a record store in Santa Monica, he had instantly gone from a curmudgeonly dude who was doing a pal a favor to an overgrown teenager giddy with excitement. Greg Sage had also been in town, and we had given him a ride back to his motel after we had performed. I couldn't help but notice the way he played with Pickerel's hair and whispered in his ear during the ride. Ginn had liked the cassette, and that, combined with Ray Farrell's enthusiastic report of our live show, had piqued his interest. Now he wanted to sign us. His offer was for only one record at a time, but no one had ever been dropped by SST, so we were free to make records with him as long as we wanted, or leave to go to another label. It was such an unreal lucky break that I didn't believe it was actually him on the phone, but someone playing a joke on me. I called off the Pink Dust deal. Sage was furious with me. The next time I saw him, after a tree show in Portland, he insisted I go with him to Pioneer Pies for coffee, where he spent an hour berating me. Do you realize what damage you've done to my reputation, my standing at Enigma? I personally stuck my neck out for you, and you fucked me over. Get on the payphone right now and tell SST you're not signing. It was clear from the desperate hostility of his outburst that his interest was in something other than our music. Our just-turned 21-year-old drummer, Mark Pickerel, was a very handsome kid who drew a lot of attention from men and women both. But as a devout Christian, Pickerel was often ignorant of people's intentions, blind to the bounty of sex he could have had. One day, Sage, at his storage unit / apartment / cat shit covered floor recording studio, had told me that he would need the band there for just 3 days to record our parts. But Pickerel would need to be there for 2 to 3 weeks to get the drums right. I was far from a genius, but I could see his intent from a mile away. I instantly thought, right, 2 to 3 weeks to overdub drums on an 8-track recording? And weren't the drums the quietest, weakest thing on all of the Wipers records anyway? At every Wipers show, Sage was always accompanied by some youngish dude. I knew grooming when I saw one, and whenever he was around Pix, he acted like a teenager in love. I would always see him touching Pix, talking quietly and intently into his ears, staring into his eyes while rubbing his shoulders. Sage just wanted to get with our drummer, plain and simple. Without knowing it, Pickerel had nearly gotten us supremely fucked and then saved our asses. We'd built a reputation for a crazed, must-see live show, but being the first Washington band to sign with SST brought us instant credibility in the Northwest scene, and with it, hope for the future. SST immediately put us in the studio and then out on the road. We played a show opening for the SST band Firehose, one of the first things we did as part of the label. Firehose was a new band of legendary Minutemen bassist Mike Watt. The oversized Connor boys reminded him of his late Minutemen bandmate D. Boone. Watt took an instant liking to us, and our first 2 full-length tours for SST ended up being opening slots for Firehose. Our payment for the first tour was $100 a night, bumped up to $200 for the second tour. It was just barely enough to pay for our gasoline to get us from place to place and the occasional one room for everyone to share at a Motel 6. Watt was such a tightwad that he had the nerve to bum rush our room some nights and lie there snoring for free, never offering to help pay the $60 bill. But it was a thrilling education for some small-town country boys. I myself had never even been east of the Rockies until then. The day after returning to Ellensburg from traveling the United States on our inaugural SST tour, I woke up ready to hit the road again. After seeing the rest of the country, Ellensburg seemed even tinier, even more lifeless than I'd remembered. I shuddered as I saw my hometown again for the first time with the eyes of a stranger. Not one business or house over 2 stories high. I'd become inoculated to its quaint, i.e. empty, downtown with not one thing for a kid to do much less a man in his 20s who no longer drank or did drugs. Being home again, even for such a brief moment, made me begin to unravel. I had to keep moving or else I was going to lose my mind for real. My girlfriend at the time was distraught. I can't live like this. You need to see a doctor and get some professional counseling, but you're too sick to see it. For what? Give me a fucking break. All I'm doing is going for a goddamn ride, not flying to Saturn. Get help or I'm leaving. You're the one who needs help, honey. And keep your fucking voice down. I'd rather not become known as a building wife beater if that's all right with you. I walked out, got into our extra long Ford Econoline touring van and drove all day, 300 miles to far eastern Washington, only returning after midnight. The monotony of the hours and hours of stultifying boredom that went in hand with SST's aggressive touring schedule was brutal. We were game at first, young, hungry, and totally unprepared for the rough education that came with endless, thankless touring. We played at every shitty dive bar, college student union, record store, and house party willing to have us perform for $100 a night, driving across the U.S. for months on end. If we didn't find someone to put us up, or I didn't find a girl to take me home, then that meant getting one room at a Motel 6 for the entire band, plus our sound man and our t-shirt salesman. Bleak nights like these, I opted to sleep on the couch in our van to guard the equipment. Not because I thought anyone would break into our piece of shit vehicle with the name of the previous owner's carpet cleaning business still painted on its side. Mostly so I'd not have to lie sleepless next to someone I detested in a dank, crowded room where the snoring was nearly as loud as our stage show. Violence had been an occupational hazard of Tree's live performance from the very beginning. At one of our first shows, someone had called one of my bandmates fat, and I had gone out into the crowd to settle it. The Connor brothers almost only ever fought each other. It was like a bad movie I watched through half-closed eyes. Two massive men fighting over money, food, seats in the vehicle, anything, everything, sometimes on stage in full view of the audience. It had become clear that I didn't have one thing in common with Lee Connor, and I began to take an unhealthy pleasure in occasionally watching his younger brother beat the shit out of him. He had it coming every time. Lee was completely inept socially and expected the world to come to him, something that was never going to happen. He comported himself like a fucking prima donna, a hillbilly diva who considered himself a genius. He treated strangers, venue employees, co-workers, fans, crew, record company people, family, and everyone else he encountered like they were shit on his shoes, barely qualified to do his bidding. He was a stone prick, and we were constantly at odds over the songs, the direction of the band, his all-important wants and demands, almost everything. He became obsessive with jealousy when he saw me getting laid nearly every other day while no woman would ever approach him. And why would they? With his huge, baggy, tie-dyed pant legs tucked into his boots, his 60s-style sunglasses worn indoors, and silent, brooding, menacing effect, he projected an unwelcoming, unhappy, borderline scary presence. One tour ended with a show in Pittsburgh, leaving us to drive the entire length of the country to get home. As the guys were discussing their future plans, I took that moment to tell them that this had been my last tour. I no longer wanted to be in the band. Lee, who was driving at the time, pulled maniacally off the road into a gas station. He jumped out of the Econoline and ran to the rear, where he yanked open the back doors and began pulling out all of the equipment and our personal shit, throwing it into the parking lot. I was incensed, as were Pickerel and Van. Van, who never needed a reason to get physical with his brother, ran to the back of the vehicle and began to slug Lee in the face and the side of the head as hard as he possibly could, screaming at him the entire time to stop. For the first time ever, Lee didn't cower from his younger brother. Undeterred by the attack, Lee continued methodically laying waste to all of our stuff. I jumped in and slugged Lee in the head several times, but it felt like my fist was making contact with the cinder block. He withstood all of it until every last piece of our shit was strewn across the parking lot. He then grabbed his own bag and waddled off into the distance, and I took one last opportunity to try and inflict some damage on him. From a backstage catering area somewhere, he had hoarded several round metal tins full of cookies for himself, which he had left in the van. I quickly hurled them after his retreating form, one after another. With a teenage varsity quarterback's precision, I banked can after can off his retreating head and back from a considerable distance away. Of course, when he sat sullenly by himself at the other side of the parking lot, Van and Pix pleaded with me to tell him I wouldn't quit and coax him back into the vehicle so that we could continue home. Fuck that. Leave his ass here. Fuck that prick. Van sheepishly admitted his mom would kill him if we left her coddled, spoiled, and entitled firstborn favorite alongside an East Coast highway all by himself. There was no way he could go home without him. The standoff stretched to over an hour before I gave in. I finally went over to him, told him I would not quit, and got him back into the van. Of course, I intended to go back on my word as soon as I was home, no longer able to accept his inexplicably bizarre infantile outbursts. And of course, my resolve melted when faced once more with my dead-end street existence in my hometown, and I joined again, desperate for a reason to get out of Dodge. Lee began trying to sneakily follow me around while on tour if I was in the company of a woman. If it hadn't angered me so much, it would have made me laugh to glance back down the street and see him try to quickly hide his huge body behind a tree or a car, then follow us again when we continued to walk. To me, his behavior had all the classic earmarks of a stalker. I caught him clandestinely spying on me while I was having sex in the van, in the backstage area, and once when I was unlucky enough to be forced to share a room with him, but had gone ahead and fucked someone anyway. He once made a veiled threat to tell my girlfriend about my cheating because he felt so sorry for her. I laughed out loud at the ludicrous notion that he cared about anyone but himself, and told him that if that ever happened, I would make it his last day on earth. I had a high tolerance for weirdos who exhibited disturbing, ugly, antisocial traits, since I clearly recognized them in my own damaged, fucked up, obsessive behaviors. But the dynamic between the Connor brothers was nearly impossible to bear. The band was sick, violent, depressing, destructive, and sometimes dangerous. But my entrapment in Ellensburg had become an infected, weeping wound. I had to fight the urge to stay in bed around the clock, sleeping the days away, prisoner to sloth and mounting anxiety. Bad as things were, I saw the band as my ticket out of my go-nowhere life in my hometown, my only ticket out. For that, I endured the constant Connor shit show, the cornball lyrics, the self-imposed indignity of singing songs written in keys so far out of my natural range that it was a daily headache-inducing bitch to play them live. But I called it right. Through luck and comic, tragic circumstance, Screaming Trees indeed became my way out. I was, in short time, traveling the U.S. and Europe, stumbling from one drunken, drug-fueled mishap to another, and taking advantage of whatever sex, drugs, or money that came my way. The monotony and suffering of those early Trees tours was a bad movie, but not one without moments of unintended comedy, however. Our merch man at the time was a childhood friend of mine named Matt Barnum, whose father had been the punchboard salesman I'd stolen from as a youngster. We were being harassed by cops just after leaving a gig in Princeton, New Jersey. As the sirens and lights came on, from my seat next to me on the couch, I watched as he took a huge baggie of dirt-dry, shitty, full of seeds and stems weed out of his pocket, poured the entire contents into his mouth, and then shoved the empty bag under the couch cushion. After the cop had taken all of our IDs back to his car, Matt motioned to whoever was riding shotgun to hand him the can of soda from the tray between the two front seats. He slammed the entire thing, washing down the immense amount of shitweed in his mouth right as the cop walked back up to the driver's side window. He elbowed me in the ribs and then frantically whispered in my ear, "Lanigan, what is in that can? Is that chew juice?" For years I had chewed Copenhagen tobacco all day long, a habit common among men and boys from our backwards red neck of the woods. I cautiously smelled the can, the cop still standing at the window talking to our sound man. "I wish I could tell you that was chew juice, Matty, but that's piss," I whispered back to him. It took all the strength of will I had not to erupt in uncontrollable, hysterical laughter. It turned out that our tour manager, Rod Doak, had sought in vain to find a place to relieve himself, and right before the show, filled an empty can to overflowing with his piss and put it back in the tray. A short time later, we pulled over at a roadside Dunkin' Donuts, where I silently watched with delight as the acne-faced teenager behind the counter repeatedly stuck his fingers through the foam and down into the liquid of the cup of Diet Coke Lee Connor was buying, presumably to see if it was full yet. I roared with laughter at the sight of him drinking it, as I always did whenever he accidentally gave himself the shit end of the stick, and also marveled humorously at Matt Barnum's deep, dark, glassy red eyes and completely stoned countenance, a natural byproduct of his weed-eating, piss-drinking episode an hour earlier. It was a comedic double feature, and moments like these were a welcome break from the mostly silent days and months of travel and put the rare smile on my face. SST sent us on a European tour, headlining small clubs. One of our first shows there ended almost immediately after it began, with 30 seconds into the first tune, singing with my eyes closed. My microphone was smashed into my mouth, bloodying my lips. By then, I'd been flattened by Lee Connor so many times, rampaging across the stage, knocking anyone or anything out of his way with his 300-plus pound bulk, that we had a rule. If anyone so much as touched another band member on stage, it meant an immediate fistfight. We were playing on a floor the same level as the audience, but with a barrier between us, so I knew it hadn't been a fan who'd knocked the mic into my mouth. A minute later, metal again smashed into my teeth, and I opened my eyes in time to see Lee prancing away with his back to me, obviously having knocked my microphone stand with his guitar and punched the mic into my face. Infuriated, I picked up the old school mic stand with its heavy, round, 10-pound base and swung it like a baseball bat with every ounce of power that I had. It connected directly with the middle of his back, and he crashed face first into his stack of amplifiers, taking them all to the floor along with him as he went down. A home run. I walked off the stage, show over as far as I was concerned, less than 2 songs in. A few moments later, Lee came limping into the dressing room, having badly fucked up his knee from his much-deserved tumble. Van and Pickerel stayed on stage, and the German singer from the opening band joined them for an hour of German drinking songs and Ramones covers, much to the crowd's delight. Lee and I sat silently backstage. I was still enraged, and he didn't say a word about what had taken place because he knew it was his own doing. Crossing the Alps, headed to Zurich, someone pulled out a pipe full of weed and started passing it around. Though I hadn't smoked for years, my running joke at the time was to snatch the pipe and pretend I was about to take a hit. The worried looks on everyone's faces at the prospect of my addiction being unleashed always made me laugh. This time, out of sheer boredom, I lit the pipe and filled my lungs with smoke. It went straight to my head, and I thought, "Welcome back, old friend. God, how I've missed you." By the time we got to the club, I was good and stoned for the first time in 3 years, laughing and carrying on like a kid experiencing his first high. As we left the dressing room to take the stage, I accidentally broke one of the light bulbs that framed the Hollywood mirror, leaving it still screwed in, but with the filament freed from its glass case and sticking out into the air. I thought nothing of it, and we proceeded to play what for me was a fun show, high as hell, and Lee only able to play seated in a chair since I'd fucked up his knee. It was the rare occasion where I enjoyed myself. After a couple of wild encores, I left the stage and quickly made my way back to the dressing room, where I took a seat and put an ice cold towel across the back of my neck in an attempt to cool down. Minutes later, Lee came slowly limping in and threw his huge body into a chair. I couldn't believe my incredible luck as I watched him heave his bulk backwards in his seat and lean his giant, soaking wet, bare upper arm directly against the bulb I'd broken earlier. He flopped like a fish on the line, and I saw blue light come out of the wall as he electrocuted himself on the open filament. That it was happening because of my actions made it so much more unbearably hysterical. As he tried to break free of his electrocution, I howled with maniacal glee. The marijuana, his pain as a result of my doing, and the sight of it was all too much to take. He finally managed after several seconds to break free of the unexpected shock and screamed in anger. "You think that's funny, Lanigan? I'll fucking kill you." It was a threat I'd heard him make a million times to his own dad, his go-to line. I stood up and backed out of the door, yelling, tears of joy in my eyes. "Oh yeah? Come on, shithead. I'll fucking annihilate you, you fucking prick." Watching him struggle to get up and chase me with his fucked up leg just made me laugh harder and doubled down on my taunts. Like a wounded rhino, he burst through the door, out into the narrow hallway lined with some radio contest winners who had secured the dubious honor of meeting the band personally post-show. He knocked out of his way several kids, their parents, and the always present weird older men with their stacks of records and photos to sign as he determinedly raged down the hall while I continued to ridicule and threaten him. Needless to say, the meet and greet was a disaster, but for me, it was one of the funniest chain of events I could have ever been witness to. And again, knowing it was me, myself, who had put it in motion, made it that much sweeter. Van's jovial, good-natured, yet huge and rebellious personality and especially crazed sense of humor was my saving grace throughout my time in the group. In backstage dressing rooms all around the world, with every wall commonly covered with the ugly graffiti and band names of the hundreds of groups who had been there before, the trees never wrote a thing, except for the one drawing that Van put on a wall everywhere we played. It was an uncannily accurate picture of his brother, pants down, and fucking some kind of unknown animal. Maybe a dog? A goat? Was it a llama? I would never be able to discern what group of species the beast was of, but the drawing of Lee was unmistakable, and him fucking it from behind was the only calling card we ever left anywhere. Anyone who ever knew him or had seen him could instantly tell it was Lee pictured doing the deed. I loved Van for that. Van quit the band. After marrying his pregnant 16-year-old girlfriend, he took exception to the new band rule that no girls were allowed to ride in our van to gigs. He took it personally, of course, because it was personal. No one else in the band even had a girlfriend. But his wife was unbearable. At every show, she would stand directly in front of Van and scream at the top of her lungs throughout and in between every song as though we were the Beatles at Yankee Stadium. Van made no attempt to control her behavior, so we instituted the new rule. And with that, my lone ally in the band was gone. I got a call from a friend, a guitar player I knew, Dylan Carlson. I'd met him a couple years earlier at an outdoor show near a lake in Olympia. The heat was unbearable that day. Not knowing his band at all, I had asked him if I could get an air-conditioned car to escape the oven-hot sun. I quickly became enamored with his mellow, offbeat, contrary slant on life and his sharp, dry sense of humor. The singer in his band was an over-the-top motor mouth named Slim Moon. He was dressed exactly like Olivia Newton-John in her Physical video. Pink sweatsuit, pink headband, the whole nine. I remember being impressed that Slim rhymed stupider with Jupiter in one of their songs, but what struck me the most was Dylan's guitar playing. He was on another plane. Dylan's best friend was in a band that was booked to play a show at the Ellensburg Public Library with some local bands opening, and asked if I would go down to meet the singer, as he was a fan of my band Screaming Trees. Knowing the very small scene of bands playing original music in my town and the very likely minuscule turnout for such a show, combined with my current state of deep clinical unhappiness, it didn't sound like much fun. But I agreed, thinking I was doing a friend a favor. At the time, I was living in a $75 a week one-room studio pad with no kitchen, one bare light bulb that came straight out of the wall, and a terrible 70s-style shag carpet permeated with the stench of the previous tenant's pet ferrets. The grim, mold-covered shared bathroom down the hall had the only sink in the place. In other words, a complete fucking outhouse toilet hole. My only piece of furniture was a couch that was also my bed. The only door to the outside from my room led into an alley, at the end of which was the elaborate 2-story house where my most recent ex-girlfriend stayed with her new man. Half the time I left my place, the first thing I'd see was the two of them making out on the swinging chair on his decorative pillared front porch. My only respite from my pseudo-suicidal, homicidal preoccupations came from near-constant masturbation and my used Radio Shack cassette player and the lone tape I owned, Neil Young's After the Gold Rush. I played it around the clock, morning till night. The evening of the band's show, I skipped the openers and instead spent a few minutes guiltily jacking off while watching my ex through an uncurtained window of their house, fucking her boyfriend in a brightly lit room. I might have missed the last band too if I hadn't seen a cop car crawl around the corner a couple blocks away. I hid in the bushes for an agonizing moment, then furtively screwed off to the library and showed up just as the band were going on. As they took the stage, I was immediately struck by the bass player. A 6'7" tall giant with a fierce intensity, obvious before even playing a note. He looked pissed off and I was instantly drawn to him. I admired his openly angry countenance since that's how I felt every time I went on stage, like I was going into battle. Upon seeing this enormous guy tuning up, my first thought was, here's my bass player. Because of the unique physicality of the Trees, it would take a supersized person with a special charisma to retain the physical balance in Phil Van's shoes. This guy had all that in spades. I began to formulate a plan to steal him away from this band I'd not even heard yet. Once the three-piece group began playing, however, the wall of noise, the rock catchiness of the songs, and the voice of the left-handed guitar-playing singer made me realize I was witnessing something special. Perhaps one of the best bands I'd ever seen, in the fucking Ellensburg Public Library, no less. The show was shut down after only 3 or 4 tunes due to a typical small-town curfew and timing fuck-up, and the giant bass player stood there throwing his bass all the way up to the high ceiling, catching it with one hand and angrily tossing it back up over and over again until the lights in the room were finally turned off. Leaving the library, I was approached by the singer. Hey man, thanks so much for coming out to the show. Dude, you guys are great. What a fucking drag these idiots shut you down, but that's Ellensburg for you. I want to tell you, I'm a huge fan of yours. If you ever need an opener or want to do something musical together, please give me a call. We exchanged phone numbers, ballpoint pen on the back of a flyer for the show. Definitely, I said. I'll take you up on that. Seriously, I was completely blown away in there. Thank you so much, and please give me a call whenever you want. I'll do that, I said. For once, I meant it. I looked down at the scrap of paper for his name. Kurt. I walked back to my depressing hovel with an electricity in my step and a newfound buoyancy of spirit. I couldn't shake the notion that I had just experienced something touched by greatness. A couple weeks later, I picked up the phone to a voice I didn't recognize, a somewhat nervous, anxious-sounding voice. Mark Lanigan? Yes. Chris Novoselic here. I play bass in Nirvana. Are you still looking for a bass player? I can't stand playing with Kurt anymore. I'm sick of everything always having to be his way. I was silent for a moment, thinking it over. Yeah, man, we're still looking. I love your style, and it would be great to have you in my band. But if I were you, I'd get past your problems with Kurt and make it work. You guys got something special there. I never mentioned the call to Kurt. It had been easy for us to become friends, just a couple of long phone calls talking about girls, music, life. I loved Kurt, and I envied him because Nirvana were fully developed from the first moment I heard them. The difference between Nirvana and the Trees was so clear to me. Nirvana were who they were from the first time I saw them. Great songs, great singer, great look, everything. The Trees, on the other hand, were always fighting each other, fighting fans and promoters and bouncers, fighting to find a direction. 3 records in, we still didn't know what the fuck we were. We had no identity beyond our notoriety for our unhinged live show. Lee Connor would go insane and tear up the stage with ferocity never before seen in a guy that size. People would gawk and stare and then go back to their beers and go on with their lives. Lee's nightly Grand Mal-esque fits made us a curiosity, a freak show to be experienced only in that setting, nowhere else. Our records were a shitty mishmash of half-baked ideas and catchy tunes derailed by the stupidest of lyrics. I fucking ached when I thought of all the opportunities we missed as we turned out shit record after shit record. I longed to make music that could be taken seriously, music that I could take seriously, instead of just the tall dumbass singing on the same stage as the lunatic Falstaffian guitar player. Our mess of a career had become only a source of embarrassment, frustration, and turmoil. Worse yet, I myself had set the wheels of this machine in motion. I had idiotically insisted that Lee remain in the band and that we play his songs, a move I cursed myself for almost daily. But beyond all belief, we were still upwardly mobile, and I'd be damned if I were going to quit before the ride was through. We found Van's replacement in a woman from a band we had previously done shows with. Her name was Donna Dresch. She had the most compelling stage presence of anyone I had ever seen, like a more energetic female Keith Richards, lit smoke hanging out of her mouth, swinging her bass from side to side, and banging her blonde-haired head from start to finish of every show. When she was on stage, it was hard to take your eyes off her. I came to love playing live just because she kicked so much ass. Somehow the symmetry was perfect, and the combination of Lee's 300-pound Angus Young impersonation and Donna's total rock and roll charisma on either side of me, and Pix's eye-catching, stick-tossing, and twirling routine behind me made it an outrageous spectacle. Night after night, I watched from the stage as people thrilled to our new lineup. Donna had that rare quality of true magic rock appeal. I liked Van a lot and had enjoyed having him in the band, but Donna lifted our live performances to heights we had never reached with him. Like me, Donna preferred the companionship of women. So the minute we came off stage, the two of us were on the prowl for girls to, if not sleep with, then at least talk to, look at, and lust after. She was as cool off the stage as she was on it, and before long we were tight pals. Meanwhile, Pix and Lee suffered through the long days silently, not part of Donna's and my gang, and Pix never leaving the shelf in the back of the van, unhappy because he couldn't stand Lee either. Lee had been solely responsible for generating our music and always acted as though he were the focal point, the center of the universe. With his huge superiority complex and kindergarten-esque demands and behavior, it had always taken a huge amount of restraint on my part to not kick his ass. When Van had been in the band, he had functioned as a natural border between Lee and me. With Van gone, I often found myself counting the seconds before I strangled Lee to death in a rage. The young, heavily Christian Pickerel had made silently obvious his distaste in my extracurricular pursuits. He also took quiet exception to the way I ran the show like a self-appointed dictator, so Donna became my only compadre in the band, taking Van's place in more ways than one. That was fine by me. She was by far the coolest member of the band. But I didn't consider how our connection and Donna's natural magnetism marked her as a threat to Lee's fragile kingdom. One night I had gone to Seattle to hang out with Kurt and catch a Nirvana show at the Vogue, a popular, small, dark, and dingy rock dive. They were first on a bill of 3 Sub Pop Records bands, but I was really only interested in them with just a slight curiosity to see the second act, Tad. Sub Pop owners Bruce Pavitt and Jonathan Poneman sidled up to me together pre-show. "When are the Trees going to quit SST and start making records for us?" Bruce said with a smile. "So you came over to check out Blood Circus, huh?" John said. Blood Circus were the headliner. "No. I'd heard their music and found it not to my liking." "Tad?" Pavitt asked. "Tad's cool, but I'm here to see Nirvana. They're the best band you have, by far. They're one of the best bands I've ever seen." I'll never forget the puzzled look they gave me and then the way they looked at each other. It was as if they found it unfathomable that someone would love Nirvana. I found it unfathomable that they were unaware of what greatness they had in their hands, that they had Nirvana opening for such obviously inferior music. They weren't the only ones that didn't get it. Kurt asked me to try and get Greg Ginn to sign Nirvana to SST because they were a cool label with lots of bands he liked. but mainly because of the freedom they allowed their artists to do whatever they wanted. SST had never asked to hear anything or see any artwork until we gave it to them, and Kurt's experience with Sub Pop had been the polar opposite. They told him what songs to record, what the album cover would be, and even the title of his record. To my utter disbelief, Greg Ginn was not interested at all in having Nirvana make records for SST. I sent him a cassette of their music twice and had 3 difficult conversations with him on the phone trying to convince him of their brilliance. Conversations difficult not only because of his aversion to Nirvana, but because any conversation was difficult with the notoriously nonverbal Ginn. His sentences were broken up by lengthy, uncomfortable silences as he made normal communication all but impossible. Yet the worst part of these interactions was that he simply and stubbornly just didn't get it, period. As we started making plans to record what would be our final record for SST, Lee and Pickerel blindsided me. Van had not found married life to his liking. Lee and Pix had easily lured him back in behind my back. One day they bluntly informed me that Donna was out. Van would be making the record with us, not her. It was 3 against 1, they said, so I lost the vote. 3? How the fuck did Van get to vote himself in?
So I just gotta pause it right there. So this is the early years of the Screaming Trees. We have to look at the 80s performances because John Hicks, as you can hear, is the drummer there in the early days. So we should look at those videos and snapshot whenever we see the drummer.
Fuckheads never gave me or Donna a chance to vote. Fuck all of you. Don't you guys know how great we are with her? I don't like her and I'm not playing with her again, was Lee's sullen, slow-witted response. People were magnetically drawn to Donna. At best, people were morbidly curious of Lee, but more often simply repulsed. I knew full well his true feeling was one of jealousy. It was that simple and that stupid. I had begun to rely on the band more and more as my stepladder to a different future. Even though I was in hell, it was a hell that might lead to a less intensely heated one, and I didn't want to quit before it got me there. It came down to me to give Donna the call to tell her she was out. I was disgusted with my bandmates for betraying me and disgusted with myself for caving into these imbeciles' demands so that I had to betray my friend, a talent like no other. In my heart, I knew beyond all doubt that the band was losing the only natural true star it would ever have. It was a move that undermined not only me, but the Tree's own success, as we were never as great as what we'd become with Donna. I was furious and sad. Fuck this dead-end town and the doomed, self-sabotaging weakness it had instilled in us all. I was done. I stashed my meager belongings in the storage unit my dad still kept in town, one I'd actually lived in one winter with only a couch, sleeping bag, and space heater for comfort. I told the band if they wanted to continue with me as their singer, they could find me 100 miles to the west. I climbed on the back of a friend's motorcycle and fled the boring, brown dirt, shit-hilled wastelands of eastern Washington state for Seattle. A dope fiend in the waiting, a hillbilly, an idiot, know-nothing sex freak, game for the city, and every dark thing it had to offer.
I want to quickly, before I sign off, maybe spend like 20 minutes going over Joe Burns' eyewitness testimony. See if I can do that here.
Hi, my name is Joseph Burns, and I was there at the house on Green Lake when Kurt Cobain was murdered, with my girlfriend Bonnie Dillard, Callie DeWitt, Jennifer Adamson, and other characters that showed up, Dylan Carlson, and Lee Refor.
Someone said they're not monetized, but here's an advertisement, as well as Mark Lanigan, but I have to click this and pause it at certain times. Wait for the ad.
other characters that showed up, Dylan Carlson and Lee or four other people, and and
3 or 4 other people. Dylan Carlson, Mark Lanigan, possibly John Hicks. Who would the 2 other people be? So there could be, holy crap. Let's hear what he said again.
Lee or four, Evan Carlson, and Lee or 4 other people.
Dylan and 3 or 4 other people. One of those would be Mark Lanigan. So there's either 3 more people we don't know about, or there's just 2 more, John Hicks and someone else. Maybe Danny if he did lie. That's crazy. That's not good. When all the information is out and they know there's limited time for them. Thank you, Droog.
And here's basically what happened. Me, Callie DeWitt, Jennifer Anderson, and Bonnie Dillard were there for multiple days, hanging out, listening to records. I was doing tattoo work on Callie DeWitt, and just basically having a good time. And then after being there for a few days, I went to the kitchen to grab something, and Kurt was there. We talked a little bit, and he explained what was going on, that he had left.
This would have been Saturday, April 2nd.
His treatment place in California. He had been hiding out. I say hiding out because he's trying to avoid his wife, Courtney Love, from her or basically people she had hired to find him. And basically...
And it sucks that he didn't know it would be Mark Lanigan, even calling him on that day to come over.
He was saying that he was trying to negotiate a new contract for not necessarily Nirvana, but for himself. But he was trying to get the contract for himself, basically whatever he did, that he was trying to get that put out. Whatever project he did, he was negotiating for that. We just casually talked a little bit, nothing important, and then he grabbed some things to eat and
So he wanted to do his 4-track recordings, just like the Steven, I think his name's Scappa or something, from Exodus Rehab, said he was saying that he just wanted to do his own 4-track music.
That we had been hanging out for a little bit. We didn't even know he was there at first. He was just kind of hiding out. And so we both grabbed some things to drink and eat. And he went back to where he was had been hanging out for a little bit. And I went back to Callie's room and didn't even mention anything to anyone in the room, and went back to doing the tattoo work. Then after a little bit of time and whatnot, casually everyone figured out that Kurt was up there, but just left him alone because he kind of just wanted to be left alone, and so we went about what we were doing. I was doing tattoo work on Cali, and
So that was during Saturday, still the 2nd. But he went out for a little while, and Joe wasn't with him the entire time. Think back to the book where he's like, I wasn't holding his hand all day, or I don't know where he was at certain times of the day on Saturday.
then each one of us, or at least me and Kelly, went and talked to Kurt, not upstairs, but just downstairs when he came down, like mostly in the kitchen. And he finally came down and talked to both me and Kelly in the kitchen, and he had a tape that he had recorded, and he gave it to Kelly and said it was him just jamming on just a basic recordings that he had made with him playing multiple instruments. It was a basic 4-track recording. He had told Kelly that he could put her down on his little record label he was talking about doing, he was gonna sign like just some local pop rock bands, put her down on this little label that he had, and he told me he could change the name on this tape and put it out on his label, this 4-track recording. And Dylan had showed up with another person.
Mark Lanigan. And he's leaving out the other people that showed up too. But if that dark web information is correct, then that could possibly be the other 3 people that are mentioned in that, as well as John Hicks.
It seems like there was one person with him, and then I think 2 people had shown up with him, just with not in any car, just they apparently like dropped off, I think.
If it was 2 people, one of them possibly John Hicks, the other, if that dark web information is false, it could be one of those people, or it could just be I don't know about that dark web information. If Danny was there, then he wouldn't just say it, and that sucks.
In the driveway or something, and because there was no place for a car to park except in the driveway or in front of the house, but there was no one parked there.
I remember, I wish I still had it, but it's been deleted ever since my account got deleted. Joe said Tom was there that night to me in a message. And I shared it to some people. I have to find it again. But remember in Mark Lanigan's book how he said that Rosemary called him on Saturday, and then the very next day he goes out with Tom Grant and Dylan to get heroin, and then they go to Kurt's house. If Mark is telling the truth, and it was the very next day, and Tom did alter the timeline like that, then that's the whole mystery right there solved. But if it's just Mark misunderstanding things, then he doesn't understand that was April 7th. But how would he not when he knew that Courtney was there on April 7th on Thursday? Why would he not tell us that? He literally said it was the next day after Rosemary called him. The day that Kurt left, the day that Kurt was back in Seattle on Saturday, April 2nd. If Mark's telling the truth right there, then he revealed it all. And maybe he was killed. But if he's wrong on the timing, which obviously we're told that it's Thursday, April 7th that Tom was there, Wednesday night going into Thursday. But if Mark's telling the truth right there, then he revealed the whole thing. And that means Tom's part of it. Let's continue.
And so they were there I think they got dropped off on the street maybe, and just walked down the driveway. Well, before that, I believe we were talking, saying that there could be some people looking around like private eyes, some people that Courtney had hired, and people that she just had gotten a hold of, and she had them come over looking for Kurt.
So then that sounds like it's Tom Grant and Mark and Dylan and whoever else coming to the house right then with the heroin to look for Kurt. And that would be the next day in Mark's book too. Because the day Rosemary called him was Saturday, April 2nd. And then the next day was Sunday, April 3rd. And now we know that to be the day of his death. And Mark did not know that we know it would be Sunday. It turns out to be Sunday that Kurt died. So maybe by Mark saying the very next day, I went with Tom and Dylan and we got drugs and then went to Kurt's house, was him actually revealing it. But at that time, maybe he didn't know we'd connect the pieces because we didn't know right then, because Joe's testimony wasn't out, that it was Sunday, April 3rd when Kurt died. So maybe he just revealed it and Joe coming out like that revealed more. If so, then Tom and Courtney and all them, that Thursday, April 7th is actually Sunday, April 3rd.
People.
But then if Joe wants to say they left the next day on Monday, the red dress thing doesn't make sense. The timeline's being altered. It's being altered in... What's the likely scenario? The likely scenario is that they were there the day to have him killed. If Joe's saying now they left on Monday and they've seen the red dress in the greenhouse, Mark's saying it was Sunday they all came. Joe's saying it was Sunday they all came to the house. Maybe Joe's confusing it. Maybe it was Sunday when it was still dark out that he just left them with Bonnie and Callie and Jennifer. I'm more inclined to think that now because Mark didn't know that we would find out that it was Sunday, April 3rd. Because Joe wasn't public in 2021 when Mark's book came out. And he said the very next day, after Saturday, is when him and Tom and Dylan went to buy drugs and then go to Kurt's house looking for him. Now, he had no clue that Courtney would be there. How? How did I not know that Courtney wouldn't be there? How? He was letting us know she was. And he has that much spunk, knowing his personality now, that he wouldn't care. He'd just do whatever the fuck he wants to do. Say whatever the fuck he wants to say. Even if he's not supposed to say it.
were looking for him that Courtney had hired were just basically doing Carlson and a couple other people.
That Courtney had hired. Mark Lanigan, Tom.
Had just shown up and like looking around, trying to be sneaky and looking all around the house, trying not to alert us too much, but trying to check different places. That's why Kurt was being real just careful, really actually.
So he's hiding from Courtney and from private investigators. What does that tell us? It tells us that he's hiding from Courtney Love, his wife, and the private investigator. Who's the two people we know that murdered him? Mark and Dylan. Who is Courtney and Tom with? Mark and Dylan. But Thursday, April 7th, with the Maureen Herman statement. Okay, so maybe it is Thursday. Yeah, it would have been Thursday. Joe and Bonnie and Jennifer and Callie all left. And Courtney and Dylan found the body a day before. They already knew it was there. But what if they were there on Sunday, April 3rd as well, not just Thursday, April 7th? What if they're not just covering themselves all being there on Thursday, April 7th? What if they are also covering for them all being there on Sunday? Because that's what it's looking like.
Completely sneaking around and trying to go where he was hiding out at, literally not trying to be seen by any of these people. And but Dylan did come through the door with someone, and that's when he was trying to get Kurt with this other guy to go back upstairs with them.
If this would have been in the basement, through the basement door. Remember Mark Lanigan's last album, Skeleton Joe? The last song is Basement, something about the basement. And it's about when I leave here, I will be going through the basement door.
Dylan got Kurt to go upstairs with this other guy that last time
That would be Mark Lanigan. And they did that by, Joe skipped over it, but they did that by attacking him, asking him to do the heroin. He denied it. He got sassy with them. A scuffle broke out and they roughed him up, mainly Mark Lanigan. And he was hit in the head with something, likely the forehead, which would explain why the shotgun was forced right up to the top of his hard palate, which did, because of the autopsy, we know this, that did cave in much of Kurt's forehead and gave him skunk eyes, which is, you have black eyes. They're kind of sunken in. But parts of Kurt Cobain's forehead were caved in, and that could have easily hid any other kind of head trauma. Forced right up to the roof of his hard palate to be able to do that. And you couldn't do that while standing in front of him. Kurt's body was too close to the cabinets, and that gun, that barrel, was way too long to be able to shove it in his mouth and actually shoot him in his hard palate at the top of the roof of his mouth. So you would have to even just be to the right of Kurt's body if you're looking into the back of the greenhouse. And that would mess up your trigger finger as well, because you're not even shooting it properly.
come down, he was totally out of it. And really, I couldn't even talk to him. Callie had already been down there and talked to Dylan, and they were trying to get Kurt to go back up.
So Callie was down there, and when they were still trying to lure Kurt back up to the greenhouse away from everyone else in the basement, which would have been Bonnie and Jennifer and Joe. So this video, it's cut and sliced a lot, just like Tom Grant's audio tapes. So I literally have to pause and explain.
Stairs. Dylan was having a little bit of a hard time with this other guy trying to get Kurt to go upstairs, back to the room,
And that's when a scuffle broke out. They roughed him up, mainly Mark Lanigan. He was hit in the head, most likely the forehead, and that shot right to the roof of his hard palate, which made his forehead cave in many areas, and gave him skunk eyes, would cover that head trauma.
And at the same time, Callie was telling me that we all need to get out of there, and that Kurt would be fine. Cook didn't want to go back.
This is the thing, Joe and Bonnie and Jennifer and Kelly did leave for a bit that night on Sunday, early morning, later in the morning. Maybe it wasn't Thursday when he seen the red dress, the woman in the red dress. Maybe it was when they were leaving that time. But it's because when he experienced this, it was like going through a repeated loop of what the fuck just happened.
Anywhere with Dylan, but they just they got him to go back upstairs.
And they did that by attacking him. The scuffle, the roughing him up, mainly by Lanigan, hitting him in the head, likely the forehead, and then injecting him with a lethal amount of heroin. And then, so I was on a video call with Joe and Chris Todd months back, and Joe literally expressed with his arms how it looked when he was being brought out of the house unconscious, Kurt. So one of Kurt's arms was around Lanigan's shoulder, and the other arm was around Dylan's shoulder. I haven't slept at all, but I just made coffee. So think of Weekend and Bernie's. And so you have him walking out like that. Joe said if they were to let go of him, he would have just dropped on the ground. And so they're taking him out like that. And so if anyone did see from the house behind the greenhouse, possibly, if someone possibly seen, all they would see is someone that looked passed out from partying. It wouldn't even look totally weird, and they could just still cover up the timeline of when the actual attack happened to Kurt. Here we go.
With them, Dylan's doing it just outright, but the other guy is falling back until he decided, fuck Dylan, he needs to do this and just do it or whatever.
That's exactly Mark Lanigan's impatient personality behavior, and that is who Joe is speaking about. We know that now. He didn't say Mark Lanigan back when this interview came out, this video. And it wasn't even supposed to be public. People want to say he's changing the story. No, he's letting people know more that he didn't tell them before. Chris Todd is altering timelines, though.
And quick talking and just kind of use the body to and try to push, or whatever. He gets basically herded that way,
Hurted, but he still won't do it, and that's where the scuffling happens.
like past the doorway, but all working on getting Kurt up into the greenhouse, and then you gotta.
And he wouldn't do it. So what he's trying to say is they're herding him up to the greenhouse, trying to get him out of the basement away from Bonnie and Jennifer and Joe and Callie. And Callie's trying to get everybody else away. He's basically trying to split up the scene in the house, in the basement. And Joe doesn't really want to leave, as he'll say.
Then you got Callie on me all of a sudden.
And this is before Kurt's hit in the head.
Trying to saying there's a bunch of reasons why it might be good to take off from there.
For a channel that's not monetized, here's another ad. 1 second.
As reasons why it might be good to take off from there.
So that's the same night he's saying that Tom Grant was creeping around taking photos. That's who the private investigator was. And that's the same private investigator Mark went with Dylan to buy the heroin and then go to the house and look for Kurt.
As Dylan's trying to coerce Kurt and trying to physically I'm trying to push him up that way. I got Callie trying to talk to me or whatever, about taking off, that we should get out of there. And I'm thinking really that I shouldn't I didn't feel like I should take off. I was trying to go with those guys, with Dylan and
Mark
and Kurt, but that's not working out so good, Kurt's getting fast talk, and it seems like when they do start getting them up the stairs, that the guy started to give Dylan a hand to get him up the stairs. You know what I mean? But he was.
So that's when they're moving the body after Kurt was hit and attacked. When they're trying to get him out of the basement, but he won't go. They're trying to lure him out, but he gets sassy with them, possibly even yells for them to get out. He kept refusing to do any heroin with them.
Fucked up when he came back down, didn't need to go.
So he was already high, and when he came down the basement, he was already high, is what Joe's saying. He wasn't up there doing heroin with Dylan and Lanigan. He was not. He was already high because he himself had gotten high. He was sticking to himself that day, remember?
Back up there, if they're trying to get him to go do another hit it down. There was no me for that, and it's like, I'm thinking, like, what the fuck? He definitely doesn't need to fucking do any more dope, It's like, fucking, they had a premeditated game plan, you know what I mean?
So Joe said they came in the house with that criminal intent. So imagine drug dealers breaking into your house and suddenly forcing a situation upon you and saying, come on, you got to go this way. You got to go this way. Come on, just come on. Being sketchy about it. Of course, anyone would be like, no, and get the fuck out of here.
There was a point there, I felt like I should have done something, but it's like, and at the same time, Bonnie shows up with Callie, and her came out of the room, and I walked down the driveway part to the left, away from the garage. She's trying to get us to go right, and
this part is referencing Thursday now. See this? They didn't even when Who Killed Kurt released this. They should have put the titles or like the dates, the name of the dates, like over top of the video where Joe is speaking, like, because it's just confusing. It makes this all look like the same night, early morning.
And I'm down to go, but I want to go.
Actually, so this is the same night. That I'm confused because it's the extra footage where they put in the red dress on Thursday, which Chris Todd is now trying to spin as Monday.
I'm gonna find out, I guess, what the fuck is going on with fucking Dylan, and basically I'm gonna find out what's going on, or whatever we can do, and
It's not happening. Callie's leading him away. He's leading Joe and Bonnie away from it. It's still in the basement.
Bonnie doesn't. She wants me to.
Or, I think he said it at the greenhouse. He was left from it. This is when they're carrying Kurt out of the house to the greenhouse, but he's being escorted back into the house, I guess, away from the scene and away from following them up into the greenhouse.
Get the car, and she wants to get out of there. And so Callie's right before that, he walked away or whatever, and then it was just me and Bonnie for a sec, we heard, because me and Bonnie were together, talking on the driveway when the gunshot happened. We were out in the driveway, and or right by the driveway, we shot a lot of guns and stuff, and it wasn't just like a regular gunshot from a pistol or a rifle. It was not as loud as a regular gunshot.
And that's because Kurt had loaded it for self-protection when he got more bullets. His grandfather taught him how to do that. Take some of the pellets out for self-protection. And that's why there was only around 30 BBs in Kurt's head. And so it wouldn't have been that loud of a shot either. It would have been muffled down a bit more. So basically, drug dealers breaking into your house, with other corrupt people, criminal people, and putting you in a situation where it's like, okay, no, get away from these people. They broke into your house. Come on, come with us. We're going somewhere else. It's okay, just come on, come on. And then Kurt refusing, that person refusing, being like, I'm not leaving my house. I'm not going anywhere with you. You can't make me. I'm not leaving my house. I don't need to. I'm not following you. I'm not. Mark being the impatient one and the violent one, knowing that he's going to get 50 grand or more, a lot of money out of it. He's not just going to put up with Kurt being like, no. He's really itching to do this. Just like Joe said, they came into the house itching to commit a crime. They knew they were getting stuff out of it, that's for sure. That's why it was done. That's the very reason why it was done. Because they all knew they were getting stuff from this. Robbing a person of millions of dollars for yourselves. If they know they're going to get 50 grand, or if you think you're going to get thousands of dollars in one day or so, or the next 2 days, from breaking into someone's place and killing them, and that's Mark Lanigan's portfolio of being a violent individual that would steal from people and break into places. He's going to want to do it. Yeah, and his mouth possibly deafening the sound, for sure. Especially with the angle it was shot at, since Mark would have been to the right of Kurt's body if we're looking into the back side of the greenhouse. And more towards the cabinet area, too. Right, because if they were in the middle of the greenhouse, that shot would have been even louder. It would have echoed more. But they moved his body right to the end, to the far left. I think it was like that way because they wanted to hide what they've done, but they also wanted it to be found. And Courtney wanted a camera and a camera on the front of the greenhouse, and apparently that was where Gary Smith looked down and seen the body, but they cut that out of the news part. It wasn't the back where he looked, because he couldn't see the suicide letter or the letter saying, I love you, I love you, I love you on it to someone, if he wasn't looking in the front of the greenhouse on a ladder to install a camera like he was supposed to, like Courtney wanted him to. So that would explain even more why his body was right there, right to the left when you're there, and you would look down and see it. And he would see the I love you on the letter like he did, and like he told the news. And she did. Dylan got the Western Union checks. Callie got a lot of money for rehab. He spent 2 days in rehab, and then for the rest of his life, he was sober and great. Obviously, that was just an excuse to give him money. And then the same thing happened for Mark Lanigan. Here's 50 grand. Here's a record deal. And that was 1997, so she waited a bit before she did that. I imagine he obviously got paid before that, but that's when the big 50 grand came in for him. And that's when 50 grand was even being spoken about by Al Duche and Ellen Wrench when Kurt and Courtney came out, which we figured out tonight for the first time that was 1997, that Mark was given the 50 grand. And I very, very highly doubt that he just gave it to the government. Oh, 50 grand, $500,000. I'm just going to give it to the government, who I totally despise. And I'm gonna rip people off for $20 now. Yeah, right. All right, here we go.
He just she wanted
Wait.
to get out of there.
I still want to say that. So yeah, they come into the house. Drug dealers try to get you away from everyone else. You know it's something's weird's going down. You feel off about the situation. Kurt was already feeling off on Saturday. Didn't realize calling these people would be the freaking be all of everything. Mark. Right, it does. Kurt was not missing. He was in the greenhouse, kind of hiding away from everyone. Looks like Courtney and Tom and all the rest of them definitely did follow him and were on him all along. And so yeah, but just to try to really grasp it. So let's see, you break into someone's house, you're promised 50 grand or a lot of money, whatever. You try to get them away from anybody else that's in the house so that nobody sees what you're doing. You're set on doing it because you know you're going to get something big, but he won't let you do it. He won't budge. So of course you're kind of going to be in, like, just like Joe said, taking your body and trying to edge him away from everyone else out of the basement. Right. But he still won't go. So imagine the person still won't leave. What are you going to do? You're not going to get the 50 grand if they don't leave. You're not going to be rich. You had your opportunity. You fucked it up. Nope. Just like Mark, you take advantage of the situation, which is what he did. They hit him in the head with something. That's how you make sure the person's not going to fight back anymore. Especially if you already have a preloaded needle and you're ready to jab them with it. Or maybe it's not even preloaded, but that's what you're going to do. Then when they're kind of dazed, you can just do it right there anyway. You don't have to go to the greenhouse now. Fuck it. Everybody get the fuck out and away from us. And that's what happened. Callie's luring Bonnie and Jennifer and Joe out and away from the basement where that just happened really quick. Like fucking psychos. Apparently, Kurt said it was okay. Everything's fine once the scuffle broke out, but then it got a lot worse because he still wouldn't budge and leave the basement. He wouldn't leave the house. Hit in the head. They were able to control his body then because he didn't expect that and he was seriously dazed. You inject the person after, they're not going to do anything else. You're free to do whatever you want with the body. And of course, Courtney wanted him to be shot with the shotgun outside of the house in the greenhouse to be discarded. Killed in his own place, the place where he felt his safest and comfortable. He didn't really like the house, but it was still his home where he knew he would be safe. Or at least he thought he would be safe there. But individuals made him not be safe there. And they killed him and staged their murder on him to look like a suicide. And they got away with it for 30 plus years. And first they were gang stalking him, but obviously they couldn't do that after he was dead. They just insulted him more and more after so. Still treated him like crap, his spirit. And they get off on that. Because they're twisted, sick fucks. And that's what Hollywood is full of. Twisted, sick fucks. All those A-listers. The crowd that Courtney wanted to move into right across the lake from Bill Gates at the time in 1994, which is the exact crowd that Kurt Cobain wanted away from. And it's the exact crappy A-lister influence that we have nowadays that Kurt just despised. Yeah, and with that, I'm going to end this. It is 6:30 here in the morning, and I stayed up all night again. But I will be back. I will be back later, Thursday. Today's Thursday, February 26th. I'll be back at around evening time today. See you, Bob Zombie. See you, Drew. And see you, everybody else. I'll see you in the evening hours of today. All right, and remember, you are just as important as any A-lister celebrity. If anything, they don't deserve all the credit they get every day on social media, every second of the day. Not at all do they deserve it. You deserve it more than they do. All right. Have a good day, regardless of the power structure that we all face. Talk to you all later.